An Ordinance Task Force called to order at 4:08 on Wednesday, December 2nd, 2015. Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Call the roll. Member Rummel.
Present.
Rummel present. Member Eldon.
Present.
Eldon present. Member Wolf. Wolf absent. Member Copra. Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Hepner. Hepner absent. Member Haynes. Haynes absent. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland. Hyland absent, but I have received a text that he will be here shortly. Chair Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. We have a quorum.
All right, I've had one request for an agenda change. A request that item number 4 be heard as early as possible.
I believe that would be item number 7.
I'm sorry, item number...
Was it item 4 or item 7?
Or both.
7.
Oh, different people, okay. So item number 7, because of an emergency in the family. Is there any problem with this? Do we need a...
May I ask, is the complainant present for item number 7, file number 15120? That's anonymous? The complainant is present.
Okay. All right, so both parties are here. We need a motion to, or...
Is there a motion to take item number 7 out of order?
I move to take item 7 out of order.
I think you can just say that you're going to do that, and if there's no objection, we can just
Okay,
do that.
there's no objection. Let's hear item number 7 first. All right, and then we'll take the other items in order as shown in the agenda.
Item number 7,
Comment.
file number 15120, complaint filed by Anonymous against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25, for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
All right.
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Second.
All right, is there any public comment on jurisdiction for this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the hearing on the merits.
Approve jurisdiction without objection.
Or jurisdiction without objection? Okay. At this time, the complainant has 5 minutes to present his side of the case.
Good afternoon, members. I just want to read very briefly from the Administrative Code. It says here, this is a document I received from the clerk. Consistent with the language and spirit of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance to provide the most open possible, see Administrative Code, all inferences and evidence shall be viewed in the light most favorable to the petitioner. My complaint against the SFMTA is very simple. On August 7th, August 7, 2015, I made an immediate disclosure request. I'll read it. In accordance with the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, please mail to me at the above address a complete copy of all motions, actions, regulations, and rules that come before the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency that describe or define any and all proposed or implemented changes to the Muni 33 Stanton Ashbury bus routing for the period January 1, 2014 up to and including August 7, 2015. That was faxed to Mr. Tom Nolan, Chairman of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. On August 17th, I received a response that stated that they would be sending to me some of the documents that I requested, but not all of them. Excuse me, I have to correct that. I received a response August 13th, 2015, which stated, enclosed, please find some documents responsive to your request. That was signed by Caroline Salaya, Manager of Public Records Requests of SF MTA. So my complaint is very simple. I requested all of the documents responsive to my request and did not receive all of the documents. It was not a complete response to my request, and they admitted as much in their letters dated August 13, 2015. So I wish all of the documents that are responsive to my request, not some of them. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent, you have 5 minutes to offer your side of the case. Is there someone here from the MTA?
Good evening. My name is Lita Rosier, and I'm the Business Administration Manager under Transit. When I received this request through Caroline, we basically, let me just go, first of all, let me apologize to the requester that he did not get it on time. Partly for him not getting some of the documents or all the documents on time was the fact that we had multiple numbers of requests at the time. Secondly, I was on vacation, and I know I heard at the last meeting we have to have a backup. Well, now I do have a backup, which I did not have at the time. So dealing with multiple requests at the same time, when I was talking to Ms. Salaya, I was asking for her to ask for an extension to provide the documents, but we had a miscommunication because our understanding was one thing, and the request went to another petition that we had received from another requester. So therefore, this one definitely was delayed. It wasn't done on purpose. It was just a miscommunication internally where we didn't have, we were not talking basically the same language when we were asking for the extension. As far as the documents that were requested, it is to my knowledge that everything that he requested, the requester requested, was provided to him. So I'm a little bit confused as to what it is that wasn't received.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Caroline Salaya. I signed the letter, and I sent the letter along with the documents that staff in that division provided me. I believe it's just a question of semantics. I should have said enclosed are the complete documents responsive to your request. Instead, I used the word some, which definitely implies that there may be others, and I apologize for that. It was everything. So there are no other documents that are responsive to his request. That was indeed everything. I just unfortunately used the word some instead of all. I apologize.
Thank you. Is there any, I'm sorry, is there anyone else here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondents? Okay, at this time, we'll probably have questions for you, so don't go too far. I'd like to open the hearing up for questions from the task force. Member Pilpel.
First to Mr. Pasquarello. So you and I both know each other. I know of your interest in the 33 line. You were not at the complaint hearing when we heard this, so we forwarded it to the full task force. At that time, I asked the MTA to...
Sorry to interrupt, but I wasn't aware of any other hearing on this matter.
You received...
Well, okay. I received one business day before the previous scheduling, which I don't think was
in any event,
valid.
it was scheduled for a hearing. You weren't there, so we brought it to the full task force. At that time, I asked the MTA to do some further research beyond the language of your request and asked them to look for anything related to the proposed change of the 33 off of Potrero. And I think they understood that. I'll ask them about that in a second. Did we get that right? Is that what you were looking for? Because the language that you used in your request was a little complicated.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. I would like all documents within that date range in my original immediate disclosure request pertaining to any proposed, planned, or implemented changes to that bus line, the 33 Muni Stanion bus line.
Fine, so I think we're on the same page, because what you asked for was a copy of all motions, actions, regulations, and rules, and now what you just restated was all documents. All documents is a broader request for everything. They could read this narrowly to be all motions, actions, regulations, and rules, and so if they only responded with the TEP item from March of 2014 that was before the MTA board, that might be, a narrow read of your request because you wrote it that way.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So all documents related to the 33 move during that time
Yes.
frame. Okay, I'm clear on your request. Thank you.
Is that enough?
Yeah, thanks. So to the MTA, I believe that I asked at that meeting for you to do some additional research. I think it was consistent with that understanding of all documents related to the 33. Did that happen, and did you discover anything further?
No, basically, we stood with the request that we received on August the 7th, which basically reads, to a complete copy of all motions, actions, regulations, and rules that had come to the before the SFMTA agency that describe or define any and all proposed or implemented changes to the Muni 33 Stanion Ashbury for the period of January 1st, 2014. Those were the documents, to my knowledge, that were provided.
Right, and so I asked at that last meeting if you could do an additional review and see if there were any other documents related to the move off of Potrero. Did you go back and do that check with Sean or Julie or somebody?
No, we did not.
Okay. I'll make that request again, that you go back, check back with, sorry?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
It was our understanding that we were here to respond to the complaint, which was that it wasn't thorough, but as Mr. Pasquarello just read, it was thorough and it did respond to all motions, actions, regulations, and rules. So this is just additional that's being suggested between you and Mr. Pasquarello, but that's not responsive to the violation that's before us. That's all I'm
on the particular
clear.
complaint, and I'm going to get to that. I think you acknowledged that there was.
That's all that we were here for, though. That's
I understand.
what we're trying to be clear.
I understand. I think you acknowledge that there's a timeliness violation, and so I was going to get to that in a second. But as to Mr. Pasquarello's underlying request, I just wanted to ask you to do that additional review. I suspect that Julie, Sean, Gail, somebody will have in their files additional documents related to the 33.
Doesn't he have to make that request of us? I don't understand why that would need to come from the
He can. I'm making that request because I think that furthers what he actually asked for.
But I think the request needs to come from him, is what I'm saying.
Doesn't have to.
Okay.
But direction from you would be different from him. That's
Right.
Excuse me, we have a full agenda tonight. We've already
Right, I'm
taken
trying to
this
get
case
through
out. Right, and I am too. So at this time, I would like to ask other members of the task force if you have questions for either
I'm sorry,
the
I
respondents or
wasn't
the complainants.
I'm trying to conclude.
And I'm trying to move the meeting forward. Okay? Are there any other questions of the parties? Okay. At this time, the respondents, you have 3 minutes to offer any additional comments or...
I have further questions.
Excuse me, I am... You'll have a chance after
We
this,
have run
okay?
out. I brought,
I'm trying to move this
several.
particular
There's a copy
specific
outside.
item forward without arguing. Excuse me.
There's a copy outside if you would like to look at one. There's posted outside. I'm
You
just
can
letting you
ask
know
them.
there is one outside. I don't have any more.
There's one right here.
Right.
Excuse me.
Mr. Pasquarello.
And I'm sorry, another member of the task force has a question for Mr. Pasquarello.
Actually, you can stay up there, too, because you might be able to respond. Mr. Pasquarello, it's me, over here,
Everybody's giving
in the red. I've heard the correction by Ms. Celaya that it was that the word "some" was in there incorrect. I'm going to ask the basic question, and we can move on. Did you get everything that you asked for? And if not, what's missing? And then I'm going to ask you guys, if he says something's missing, I'm going to say, is that missing, and can you get it to him? Or is this just we're here for the violation, which is fine, that happens too. Is anything missing?
I'm afraid this gets very confusing. With all due respect, I won't even name it, a member of your task force has just made comments that suggest there are other documents that were not sent on the subject of the 33 bus line. So that point one. Point two, I have no way of knowing what I wasn't sent. I can only read the letter, which states they sent some of the documents. Mm-hmm. I wonder why, maybe I missed something, but why did they say that they only sent some of the documents? That sounds, with all due respect, I think the person who signed the letter is very experienced in these matters, so I'm not wishing to impugn anyone's integrity or professionalism, but I am here because the complaint is simply based on that word some. Mm-hmm. If she acknowledged that she sent all of them, I couldn't come here with that complaint. I hope it's answering your question. But also, as I say, some other member of the task force has very clearly implied that there are other documents on this subject that were not sent. So I don't know if that confuses the matter. But
No, for me, I mean, I wish I had one of those little mind reader things, like, are there really more or not? But I have to go with what Ms. Salai and her colleague said, that it was a typo. These are all the documents. And then my question to you, is there anything missing? And then among us, there's probably a violation in there somewhere for lateness or something, and we'll go with that. I just wanted to know if there was anything that you were specifically still missing.
Well,
I know that I don't know what I'm missing, but
I don't want to sound facetious, but if I knew if I knew the contents of all the documents, mm-hmm. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have even made the request. It's because I don't know the contents of all the documents mm-hmm. That I first made the request of them, the immediate disclosure request. So it starts with ignorance of the documents that relate to this matter, and then moves to what happened to the ones that they say they didn't send by simply saying we sent some of them. I'm repeating myself. Thank you.
Thanks. That's all I had.
Okay, anybody else have anything for the parties? Okay, now now the respondents, you have 3 minutes to offer any more information or rebut what was said.
I think it just comes down to wording on both of these. The way in which he worded his initial request, we provided all responsive documents to that. Unfortunately, my letter chose the word some. I was in a hurry to get it out because I knew we were late. My best explanation for why I included the word some as opposed to all. And on the second point about him not knowing whether or not there's anything else, if he's basing it on the word some, we have provided everything. If per member Pilpel suggesting that maybe he wants all docs, that would be different. We didn't respond to that because that's not what was asked of us. There may be additional if we go with all docs wording rather than just what he asked for, motions, rules, regulations.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? Okay. At this time, the complainant has 3 minutes.
The only thing I could add is that I know this matter has been of great concern to the whole city. I mean, to multiple neighborhoods that on which this line runs, all the way from the Richmond through Haight-Ashbury through the Mission to Potrero Avenue. Although that probably shouldn't have anything to do with getting the documents, but it does have to do with why I'm pursuing it. I am concerned with the manner in which the MTA, and this does relate to, I think, the the job of this task force. I am concerned with the way MTA conducted its so-called public outreach on the matter of the significant, one might even say radical changes proposed to the 33 bus line. That is a matter of public disclosure, public record, public concern. So even the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods passed a resolution saying this should not happen. The changes that we heard about should not happen. So it's of considerable public concern that we have to be fully informed about any proposed changes to that bus line. It serves the San Francisco General Hospital, which is undergoing massive renovations, maybe the biggest in its history. So again, that's of great public concern, and I hope of concern to this body that we be fully informed. The hospital serves the whole of the county, the whole of the city, many demographics and income levels, and people who have no other way of getting to that hospital. This is all part of the public concern on the matter. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The matter is now with the task force. Member Pilpel.
All right, so to continue where I was before, whether Mr. Pasquarello requests it or not, I would ask the MTA to do an additional search. I believe that there are additional documents related to the move off of Potrero. I believe on the instant request that the MTA did comply and did provide a complete copy of all motions, actions, regulations, and rules, because the only thing that meets that description is, in fact, the TEP action from March of 2014 at the MTA board. But nevertheless, I think there are other documents that are beyond that particular scope, and I would ask the MTA to search for those and provide them to Mr. Pasquarello. If I could follow up with the MTA, if you could just run through this for a second for me. The request came in August 7th. There was an email from Caroline to Leda, copied to Julie Kirschbaum. I don't know who Cindy Rivas is, and it looks like at least one other name that's blacked out, that says that the reply is due close of business August 10th. And then the next thing in the packet is an email from Roberta Boomer dated Wednesday the 12th regarding an overdue, documents that were overdue. Can you tell me what happened between Friday and Wednesday as to why that didn't get responded to by Leda, Julie, John, somebody in that group?
Yes, that's what I mentioned earlier. There was a confusion. We were working on multiple requests that pertain to service planning, which is Julie's group. Mm-hmm. So when I'm seeing emails from where I was at saying that they needed a thumb drive to download, I'm thinking that it's about one request, but I had requested that we request an extension on this one because Julie and Sean felt that they needed additional time to gather the materials. And so that's what happened. Basically, it was a miscommunication between the parties. I'm talking about one thing, they're talking about something else, and that's what caused the delay.
Okay. And
in the ideal world, if everything would have gone right, we would have requested an extension, and probably we wouldn't be here.
Okay. And who is your new backup person?
Cindy Rivas.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's out sick today.
I don't know who.
Yeah.
She's a new person?
She's been with us almost a year now.
Okay.
Yes.
In any event, she's the backup.
Yes.
But things like this can go to Julie, but really need to go to Sean or Gail so that they get handled more quickly.
Right.
Okay. I think I'm fine on the facts. Thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion to find a timeliness violation. I think they've acknowledged that it was an IDR that they did not respond to on a timely basis. So I would so move to find a violation of 67.21 and 67.25.
Second.
All right. Members, anybody else?
I would just, I'm sorry. I would just encourage the complainant to also follow up with a request for all records related to the 33 change. For whatever reason, the MTA appears resistant to produce them out of goodwill, so you might as well just request it. It's not that big of a deal.
All right. At this time, is there any public comment on the motion to find a violation of 67.21 and 67.25 for failure to respond to an IDR in a timely fashion?
Is this on? Peter Warfield. I'm not a party to this and not familiar with it, but the request is very short. The file is very short, and it seems pretty clear, so certainly I support the motion and urge you to vote for it plainly and clearly. I also think you should point out to the DA that the fact that they have many requests doesn't surprise me. Perhaps it surprises them, but they have an obligation under Sunshine to respond fully and promptly. I would also note that I don't think that the letter sent to the complainant is at all clear, because it not only says some documents, but it says, please contact us, and so on and so forth, if you have further questions regarding this matter, or if you would like additional information. I think that reinforces the possibility that there is more present. I think a more professional approach would have been to put details about the enclosure, such as plural enclosures, and perhaps say the following 10 pages and number them, or list the 7 documents that they provided, for example, memo from so-and-so to such and such, dated so-and-so with the subject of such and such. I think that would make it a lot easier, for example, if subsequently, as Member Rummold suggests, if there are further requests and it turns out they actually didn't provide all the material, it would be clear what they did provide this time. In an email, the attachments would be clear and presumably would be clear as to number and as to how they were named by the sender. I am a little bit troubled by what seems to be not discussed, and that is there seems to be more material, as has been suggested. And I don't know what the intention of the requester was, but while the specifics are clear in the wording, what else is there? Can we have a little clarity further about were there emails, were there discussions, were there meetings? What sorts of stuff are we not getting when he, in his request, makes specific things that apparently to them limit rather than expand the overall request? Finally, I'd like to ask what the procedure here is with an anonymous complainant, what the protocol is, because I've heard his name mentioned multiple times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director of San Francisco Open Government. I think there's a lot of questions about this for the simple fact that the SFMTA representatives have said that they were very discoordinated in the way they responded, and they were late because of that. And, it said some because I, missed that and whatever. And my question has to be then, if that is the case, who actually did the search and what kind of a search did they do? Was it one person searching here and one person searching there and a very cursory search? Or did one individual actually do a search so that they could be sure that they covered everything? Very frankly, I am getting a little sick of coming to task force meetings and having representatives of city government who get paid very, very good salaries and who have a responsibility as part of their job to respond to these requests and have had for more than, 15, 20 years? And they come here and they give very non-professional responses, and I think that is a clear indication also of bad record keeping. If you can't answer questions, if you can't find documents in response to the request, I think that's a big problem. Now, one thing I would ask them is, if your boss said to you, I want all the documents related to this matter, would you be able to find it for him or her? And I would be willing to bet that that would be yes, I would be able to find that very quickly because my job would depend on it. And very frankly, sitting in the back, I've sort of discovered is really funny because they're sitting back here between the two of them laughing at some of the comments. They're not taking this seriously at all. And I think that the fact that this is a hearing and, the fact that they're here is an indication they didn't do their job, they didn't do it right, and very frankly deserve to be held accountable for that. So yes, I think that there are documents missing. I think there are multiple indications, and I think that you yourselves have proved that because several of you have raised the question yourself about whether there are more documents, and one of you has even asked for more documents. So, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that you're pretty well convinced that this is not a complete response.
Hello, Michael Petrellis. My item was supposed to be first. You did not take public comment on it. If there is an emergency, a family emergency, go and deal with the family emergency. I'm sitting here now for 30 minutes listening to this basic, simple complaint, and you guys didn't set any sort of time limit on it. It's really not fair to me. And it's not fair to the public that you didn't take public comment. You've changed the agenda. We're going on half an hour for this complaint. You guys take all the time you want to ask questions and dance around things, and then it's 5 minutes for this side, 5 minutes for that side, 3 minutes for each public comment. It is driving people away from this task force because you are not addressing the time limits that you don't put on yourselves and on each item. Some recommended limit. Please, 15 minutes for each item. Let's move on things.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
On the motion, Member Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner. Hepner, absent. Member Haynes. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Are there any instructions from the chair?
I've been thinking about this. There are two things. One is there are some additional documents that have been requested, and we could send this to compliance and amendments to make sure that the additional documents are produced. The other issue is our procedures in the MTA for responding to public records request, which would be a matter for EOT. But the most pressing thing right now is to get the remaining documents, so I would like to see this go to compliance and amendments.
Yes, shall we word to summarize your request? This matter will be referred to the Compliance Amendments Committee with request to the department to do a search for all documents related to the specific bus line, and to provide that to both the task force and to the task force and the complainant
Within 5 business days after receiving the...
within 5 days of receiving the order of determination.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I would just suggest that they be provided to the complainant. I don't think the task force needs to see the records. I think a cover letter from the department saying that they've provided them is fine.
That would be fine.
All right. But we will see this in committee.
Yeah.
A cover letter stating that all documents have been provided shall be presented to the task force within 5 days of the order of determination being issued, and the documents shall be provided to the complainant within the same time frame.
Right.
That works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But the clock starts now with working on this. You have some time.
After I submit the order of determination to them.
Right. I'm just letting the MTA know that you've got more than 5 days because the request is happening tonight. Okay. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Next on the agenda, item number 2, file number 15029, complaint filed by Mike Petrellis against Lennon Bree, Board of Supervisors, for violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21E, for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force hearing regarding failure to respond to immediate disclosure requests. The Compliance Amendments Committee heard the matter and recommended that the Sunshine Task Force find an additional violation of 67.21 for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely manner. I believe that The matter was initially heard by the task force. The respondent failed to appear at that time, and it was referred to compliance amendments, which did hear it, and they did request that Breed's office provide emails for the month of January 2014. Breed's office has provided notice that they have complied with that request, along with the report of the hours they needed for completion of that request.
Member Pilpel, do you have anything additional to say about this?
Just that originally, as Victor indicated, we found a 21E violation for the office not appearing, and at this subsequent meeting, we recommended an additional substantive violation of 67.21 for failure to provide or respond to the records request in a timely or complete manner. We do have before us a letter from Supervisor Breed saying that they did do the search and provide the emails. I'm interested in hearing from both sides as to the status of that, but I think that there was a substantive violation that we're recommending.
Okay, so at this time, Mr. Petralis, would you let us know whether you feel that Supervisor Breed's office has complied with your request, then providing emails for the month of January 2014?
Yes, Michael Petralis again. London Breed's office has been very good in terms of producing the requested public records. Also, the records have been provided in electronic format. I would just like to add that I don't think the good behavior now is reason to dismiss the complaint committee's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Is there someone here from Supervisor Breed's office who would like to?
Actually, they said they were not going to.
Oh, they were not going to attend. Oh, is there anyone here
We're not.
We're not having a regular hearing.
Not a hearing.
This is an update. So the matter before us is for the task force to
Either accept the recommendation of the committee or to schedule another hearing on the matter on a future date. And I believe Mr. Petralis has stated that he received the documents he requested.
Okay, so I think this is task force members, do you have any questions for Mr. Petralis or a motion to?
Quick question for the clerk. Just make sure that I'm caught up on this. Have we discussed this but sent it to committee and now it's back? Have we done any orders of determination at this point or not?
There was one previous order of determination for not sending a representative to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting the first time.
Okay.
The committee has found an additional violation of 67.21 for failure to respond in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a Compliance and Amendments Committee recommendation in the packet, page 87 and 88 of the packet, which the committee is recommending that we find violations of these two sections of the ordinance.
Okay, so from that, through the chair, it sounds like we're all on the same page from what the complainant is asking for and what the complaint committee is recommending to us. So, at first blush, I would certainly be willing to support that.
Is that a motion to support?
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All
That
right.
motion is to accept the recommendation of the committee to find a violation of 67.21 for failure to respond in a timely manner.
And 67.25A, that's what
No.
the order states.
The violation for not sending a representative to the meeting was already adopted, and that violation is already posted.
The new recommendation is just to find a violation of 67.21 for failure to respond in a timely and or complete manner. And just a little more commentary on this. This was one of the issues where Mr. Petrellis asked for a huge amount of email, and this was kind of the last bit left after we dealt with Supervisor Chu and Supervisor Campos. This was Supervisor Breed, and narrowing it. First, Mr. Petrellis tried to narrow it by subject matter. That didn't. We then tried by outgoing as opposed to incoming, and then narrowing it to a month or a week, and have, I think, collaboratively been able to find a way for the office to process that request and make Mr. Petrellis smile, and we like that.
Just a minute. We're confusing two different.
Yeah, we skipped one.
Yes, there are two, and this one is file number 15029.
Yes.
And so, if you look in under item number 3, I'm sorry, item number 2. Okay, now I'm really confused.
We're still on item 2.
Item 2, I thought, was against
Okay.
a complaint against Supervisor Breed and Chu, or Campos.
It was, but it's narrowed. It's now only against Supervisor Breed. The other issues have been dealt with.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong file, so forget what I said. All right.
So in summary, this would be a 67.21 violation, but I think as we discussed at the last committee meeting, we would not refer this back to committee because it's been dealt with. This is sort of the end of it. It's just to find a violation. I think what we've learned going forward is that the task force will attempt not to make 21E violations, not to make that kind of a finding when there's still a substantive issue hanging, because we sort of did this kind of the back way. We shouldn't do that in the future. And I think the supervisor's office now understands better how to narrow and deal with these kinds of requests. And so hopefully we will be able to give guidance to all the supervisor's offices about dealing with both calendar requests and email search requests, but one thing at a time. Yes? Okay.
So, okay.
It's been worth it. It's been worth it.
I would say so, absolutely. So right now we have a motion, and we need to hear public comment on the motion. So any public comment on the motion to find a violation of only 67.21? Anybody?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the motion, please?
On that motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Hepner absent. Haynes absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
All right.
Thank you, and it's been worth it.
Don't go far.
Next on the agenda.
And no referral.
No referral, right? Okay.
Next on the agenda is file number 15067, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against President London Breed, Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure requests for public records in a timely and or complete manner. The committee recommends that the Sunshine Orange Task Force find that violation of Administrative Code Section 67.21 failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. I believe that the narrowed request was for President Breed's office to provide the calendar for the period of February 1st, 2015 through April 12th, 2015. We did receive notice from President Breed's office that they have complied with the request.
Anything more to add from compliance and amendments on this one?
Thank you. I think this is similar to the last one, but this is not about email. This is about calendars, and there was a dispute about whether Supervisor Breed, who wasn't technically required to keep a calendar under the ordinance at the time, actually had a substantive calendar which needed to be redacted and disclosed. They disputed it. They ended up finding some stuff, redacting it appropriately and providing it to Mr. Petralis. And again, Mr. Petralis is happy. So the recommendation from the task force, again, was to find a 67.21 violation for failure to respond originally in a timely and complete manner. But again, we've heard the item, so there wouldn't be a referral. It's just to sort of pocket that there was a violation, and now they know how to handle this going forward. And did I mention that Mr. Petralis is happy?
And they will start coming to our meetings.
When they need to.
When they need to.
They
Okay.
said that they didn't need to tonight because they've already done it.
No, I understand that tonight. Okay.
But we're very happy to see them at our meetings.
Right, okay. So, Mr. Petralis, any words about this item, number 3?
Yes, I would like to say that within 7 business days of filing what has become a monthly request to London Breed's office for her calendar, her new assistant, Iris Wong, produced the calendar. And it was in electronic format, and I believe big reason why there's been this big change at London Breed's office is because of the hearings here at the task force. So thanks for the hearings and for hearing both sides and helping to send a clear message of guidance for the president how to deal with such requests, because they are getting monthly requests because they want monthly calendars.
Okay. Members? Okay. And these calendars are posted online, I assume?
They're coming.
They're coming, okay. Not yet? Okay. All right.
To answer your question
Baby
without
steps.
sarcasm, the law, unfortunately, does not require any of the elected officials to post their monthly calendars online. I am gathering all of them to put them on one site and on a monthly basis update it until such time as it's required of all the officials to put those calendars online. I can only say that overall, a lot of them are complying real quickly, and the calendars are showing who they've met with, where they met, and what the topics were. So they're getting with it.
Okay. Like I said, baby steps. We'll get there. We'll have to amend the ordinance before long.
And Madam Chair, I would suggest that I don't want to open a new file, but at some point we will invite Mr. Petralis, or he'll come and we'll discuss the calendars and the variation in quality and who's reporting what and what kinds of things make sense to include, make sense to exclude, et cetera. So we can have a better discussion about how the calendar requirement is working post the amendment.
Right.
And I look forward to that.
Yeah, because right now a lot of them are pretty sketchy.
Yes.
Days go by without them apparently doing anything, and we know that's not the case. All right. So at this, Member Wolf.
I'm not entirely sure who this is a question to, but in going through the current file that we're discussing and finding the original request, this request is for emails, as is the other one. They're both for separate sections of emails. I don't know whether that's a misfiling issue for supporting documentation, but both of these two files, the request when you get down to it, so for page 96 is this one. These are both about emails, not calendars, so...
You're correct. I apologize.
So I don't know what that means in terms of motions that should follow, because I'm confused as to what we're trying to do right now.
I think the motion is still to find a violation of 21. It's actually 67.21 and 67.25A. And you're right. I was wrong. This was not about calendars. This was about emails, and this was originally for a longer period of time, for March and April, and that got narrowed to a week to facilitate the production. But we still found that there was a violation and that they did not comply.
So, Mr. Petralis, the calendar, that's another battle, but so this email battle, is this...
The email battle is over. They've produced the
Okay.
records, and a lot of them, and I'm reading them.
Okay. All right. We can read about them elsewhere sometime. Okay, I'm getting lost.
May I make a motion?
Yes, please. Okay, that's where we
To
are.
accept the complaint committee's recommendation of violations of 67, 21, and 25.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, public comment on the motion, please. Anybody?
Peter Warfield. I'm not a party to this and not very familiar with this, but first of all, I'd like to say that I support the motion and the recommendation of the Complaint Committee. I'm also glad to hear that there's been progress made. It seems to me that when there's a clear finding by the task force of a violation, that is the best medicine for future behavior. And I think that the task force shouldn't shrink from finding clear violations. The one thing that I would like to see is a little more clarity as to what the thing was that was done wrong and what exactly was the violation. It's a little bit hazy when I read that the violation is for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. And since you have all the details before you, I think it would be very beneficial to be very clear about what exactly the violation was, what the action was, what the law was, so that you don't leave the record and the reader of the record scratching their heads saying, well, was it that they didn't comply completely? Was it that they didn't provide material at all? Was it that they provided the material but provided it late, and especially if only under the pressure of this task force? So I think a little bit more of clarity would be very useful in this as well as in other orders of determination, so that the reader can understand fully what exactly the law requires and how the law was violated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep the overhead. Ray Arts, Director, San Francisco Open Government. This is the slide I used yesterday at the Board of Supervisors meeting. And it goes to London Breed and her response to my complaint. And so this is a pattern with Supervisor Breed, and she is the president of the Board of Supervisors. She knows what the law is. She knows she has a legal obligation to comply with the law, both the Sunshine Ordinance and the California Public Records Act, and yet she does not do it. I went through in my case all of the different ways that I notified her, including 3 times I went before the Board of Supervisors, and she failed to do anything. Now, one of the things about this is the reason that many of these bodies do what they do repeatedly is the fact that there's no penalty. What she did is she ignored my request for 7 months. She didn't send anybody to the task force hearing. The only reason she sent somebody to the compliance and amendments hearing was the fact that that would have been the point where it would have been sent over to the Ethics Commission, and she wanted to avoid that. The bottom line is Supervisor Breed does not feel she has to comply with the law, and her constant being here before the task force is unacceptable. Now, one of the things that happens is we go to the compliance and amendments, and they finally say, well, we don't have any documents, which they could have done any time in that whole series of processes, and I think that shows a lack of good faith. If somebody makes a request of me and I know I have a legal obligation, and that's why I'm talking about a willful violation here, I know I have an obligation. I know my employees, or at least one of them that I've assigned to answering IDRs and public information requests, knows there's a legal obligation, and yet I simply choose not to do it. And she knowingly and willfully disregarded my request, and in Mr. Petrellis's cases, she basically dragged this out for months, and Mr. Petrellis has been ill. We all know that. And the bottom line is, why should a complainant have to go through all this Durham und Strang to get a response which these offices know they are required by law to do? I asked that of the Board of Supervisors. I said, why do you have a member of the Board of Supervisors, in fact several, who when they are sent a public information request and know that it is a lawful request, not only under the ordinance, but under the California Public Records Act, they simply ignore it. And they ignore the hearings. and they don't do anything until finally, they want to keep themselves away from the Ethics Commission. I had a nice hour-long discussion with Jesse Minardi, who is the acting executive director of the Ethics Commission today, and we went through all the different things that I have to do to file a complaint under Sunshine with Ethics, and believe me, that is where I'm going, because this body just doesn't seem to give a darn. You will pander to the city.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion before us?
Good afternoon. Peter Alexander. I just couldn't help getting myself going listening to this, because and the gentleman before you, I've listened to his arguments before, and he's usually pretty much correct. But I wonder if there's ever going to be a time, and why not now, that we start really asking ourselves, are we on quicksand or should we be standing on granite? Because, I've heard people make a reference to codes, and then they refer to them as laws, but codes are not laws. And under the U.S. Constitution, which has never been the law of the land, there's only 4 things you can kind of do wrong. You either kill somebody, harm somebody, steal something, or damage property. But because the lawyers have taken over this country, you have about an untold amount of codes. And
through the chair,
what I
Mr.
think
Alexander,
that's interesting about
keep
this.
your comment on point, which is the
well,
motion.
it will be on point if you let me finish. You'll see how. But you just took 15 seconds away.
We'll give it back.
So
Keep it on
the thing
point.
of it is you are in this legal, lawyerly quagmire with all these situations, and just like the gentleman before me said, he's going through all these things and he doesn't get any resolution. And by law, the Bar Association is in service, first and foremost, by law, to the Pope, in the Vatican, which means there's a conflict of religion and, what's that called, church and state. So there should not be any lawyers involved in public office from the White House down to City Hall, and a lot of these problems would not be existing but by the fact that they have taken things over and everybody's operating on their system while they're thinking other things. And someone mentioned ethics, and when you got ethics and bar lawyers, that's like 2 things that don't really go together. I just wanted to share with you that the lawyers are in service to the Pope by law, and they are the ones that have make $1 million, bazillions of dollars by urinating on the Constitution. And if that was the law of the land, these sort of situations wouldn't be going on. You wouldn't be needing a Sunshine Task Force. So maybe we should just vote to get rid of lawyers in public office, which would be very helpful for everybody all the way around, because you know what the acronym for lawyer is, LAWYER. It's lying at will, yields excellent revenues. And so I just wanted to share this because the gentleman before me was trying to make he's locked up in this situation. Thank you. And so are you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on the motion before us? On the motion.
Can we stay on topic, please? On the motion.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the motion,
On the
please?
motion, Member Romo.
The Rummold is to accept the committee recommendation and find a violation of 67.21 and 67.25A. That's the Rummold.
Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Hepner, absent. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. I assume there are no additional instructions for this.
No.
No referral.
No referral at this time. Mr. Pachelis has done his good work for us. That's, an item, general public comment, and, item number.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
I'm Bob Planthold. I'm speaking now to remind you of a failure of a communication commitment and process the task force made to me over a year ago on a complaint I had made where the hearing was against a complaint I made against Supervisors Wiener and Chu and 2 city staff. At the time, it was a very lengthy, complicated discussion with many factors. People found they weren't clear what was going on. The hearing was closed, and then member Mark Rummold volunteered or said he would write up some memo. I specifically asked, can I get a copy of that in case I differ with, that I could offer my comments even though the public hearing was closed? I never got it. Nothing by email, nothing by phone, nothing by mail. I want to try to make as clear as possible to you my memory of this. Mr. Wolf, the time was on the far left. At that hearing, I believe there was a temporary or new clerk. I believe there also may have been a temporary or different deputy city attorney present. So the point is, if you folks got, and I'm also told that between then and now, Mr. Rummold may have left the task force and then come back again. So I don't know whether there was a memo, but again, if it happened, I didn't get it. Therefore, I had no chance to question, clarify, rebut, and therefore, to me, the decision is still awaiting a result.
Okay, Mr. Planthold, Member Pilpel, just this is part of the administrator's report. We have a list of pending issues, and yours is there. We have not forgotten it. And yes, Member Rummold was absent from the task force for a while.
Okay.
So this is all coming. Member Rummold.
I'd actually like to apologize that it's taken so long, but yes.
Again,
and I can assure you, you will get it shortly.
That way, again, I would want to be able to have a chance to question anything before you render a decision, even though the hearing is closed. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. We tend not to forget things, although our memories fade, as did mine. I had, brief memory, and okay.
It was not forgotten.
We're on it. All over it, yes. Okay.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think there's no secret that the way my complaints were handled at the last task force meeting was not very satisfactory. The Good Government Guide says quasi-judicial bodies must afford a fair hearing to the parties before them. Central to a fair hearing is the principle that decision makers come to the hearing with an open mind, prepared to hear both sides and to decide the case on the merits of the evidence presented and the governing law. Well, the bottom line is, at the last minute, I was forced to give 4 complaints all together, lumped together. And even though you have a published procedure, which is on your own minutes, what happened was they were all jammed together and taken up at one time, and it was, okay, we'll give you 20 minutes for this, and 10 minutes for that, and 12 minutes for this, well, then we'll do that, as if time was the only issue. I think that the earlier cases where you couldn't keep straight whether you were doing number 2 or number 3 shows that it's very hard to keep track of some of these things. The packet that was sent out to the members of the task force had all of those complaints in 4 separate sections, just as they were on the agenda, 4 separate items. I don't know anywhere in the Sunshine Ordinance where it says that a body can simply, in the middle of a thing, take items that are listed and the public is relying on being there and jam them all together and hear them at one time with some sort of a on-the-spot, jury-rigged procedure. Now, the bottom line is, I don't know whether Mr. Member Hyland did this on purpose, but he's an intelligent enough person to know that doing that had to undermine my ability to present my case. In fact, if you go back and you listen to his own comments, he said, Mr. Hartz, I'm disappointed. You usually give much better presentations. Well, if you take my cases that I spent months preparing and jam them all together into one place, and expect me to present something that's really coherent, I think that's rather ludicrous. In fact, it's rather ironic. The bottom line is, I was not given a fair hearing. I don't think the members of the task force were given a fair opportunity to consider the evidence because the evidence was in 4 separate files, and it was never at any point there clear exactly which complaint we were discussing. In fact, I don't still know at this point, was it 4 complaints, which is what I turned in and what were on the agenda, or was it one big complaint that was all slopped together? And the reality is this is not reasonable. You can't put out to the public, especially a procedure that has been in place for years, and then come in and arbitrarily, and that's what it was totally arbitrary, take all of them and expect the person to do a good job. And I think that shows a prejudice, and it results in the fact that the city ends up getting an advantage that they don't deserve, and I lost those because of it.
Through the chair, if I could respond to that, since he brought it up. I was chairing that meeting, and I thank Mr. Hartz for bringing that to our attention. One of the things that we've taken from that particular incident going forward is to indicate in future agendas the intent of the chair or the intent of the committee to combine multiple issues and items if there's a common thread and it makes sense. I'll also state that there is no procedural that procedural due process was followed. Time is part of what we try and provide, the 5 minutes to 3 minutes. My comment was aimed at both parties, not just you, Mr. Hartz, about being disappointed with the nature of those particular complaints. However, the only time that was shortened was the task force deliberation, and I think chairs of public bodies have a lot of discretion as to how to handle items like that. Following your 4 items, we had 2 items which we decided not to combine. So it's not arbitrary, but I think, if anything, the takeaway out of this is that we should, and hopefully we'll start to notice on the agenda that we intend to combine those items. So any questions about preparation and whatnot, you won't catch complainants by surprise. Thank you.
What good does that?
Thank you. That's
Excuse
a
me.
rhetorical
Excuse
statement.
me.
There's no response required. Thank you, Mr. Hartz. Thank you.
The next member of the public.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. In fact, that meeting was chaotic. As a member of the public who was trying to follow, it was extremely difficult to follow what was going on with the combined meetings, and there was absolutely no clarity with respect to the details, such as what would be the public comment time, when would the public comment be taken, and would the public comment be taken in pieces one by one or not. At one point, I remember thinking, he's going to give 4 complaints, 3 minutes. I will have a chance to play the tape that I wanted to play and brought and gave to the body to play for its own information. And then I would have a nice opportunity to point out particulars about what was happening at the meeting, in the recording and so on and so forth, and bring out certain points. Then, in the middle, all of a sudden, it was said public comment would be taken piece by piece. And all of a sudden, I yet again had to change directions in terms of how to proceed. To make changes on the fly, on the spur of the moment, is chaotic, and I believe fatal to justice. You can't tell people on the fly and then keep changing the rules moment by moment. The other thing that did was that Mr. Hyland, by leaving out what the rules would be, made members of the public who tried to find out into some kind of outlaws for simply wanting to know what is the procedure. I was ruled out of order as though I was some kind of a wild guy because I wanted to know what was going to happen with public comment. And that's an ugly business and an ugly way to treat, the animals in the cage. With respect to a request for rehearing, you are at a critical moment. Well, let me just you're at a critical point here. Many of you are new. Some of you are very new. This task force is being hijacked by the administration, which is run by Angela Calvillo, who has a kind of conflict of interest because she herself has been the subject of complaints and successful ones. I requested a rehearing and asked that that be sent to the members. It was, as far as I know, not. Mr. Young told me in an email only this Monday that this request would be considered as part of the administrator's report. Certainly no indication on the agenda. And two of our latest complaints from library users were simply apparently going to be disallowed because, according to him and him alone, these issues had been dealt with in a previous hearing. The under the radar behaviors of the administration are disastrous to fairness, openness, and just accountability. Thank you.
I have 15 hearings on December 15th. 15. That's, for me, incomprehensible that I can argue 15 cases in one night. I'm going to try. I hope they're all not lumped together the way happened with Ray Hart's. I hope I think the procedure that you guys tried to set forth is a good one, that the Arts Commission we should clarify what the issues are before the hearing starts, if they're document requests, what I didn't receive, or if they're procedural requests, what exactly was the procedure or the admin code that was violated. I think that's a good way to begin, because I've dealt with the Arts Commission for a number of years, and it's impossible to even comprehend what they're doing. And I'm very nervous about how I'm going to handle that night. 15 hearings is outrageous. All right, bye.
Hello, Mike Petrellis again. I have spoken in the past about the need for time limits. I'd be all in favor of cutting down as a member of the public, cutting down the time allotted from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. I would also like for you to consider time limits for yourselves and how long you all will ask questions or ramble on in what you want to do at these meetings. I think there's got to be a radical rethinking of how these meetings are conducted, starting with time limits. It's done at other commissions. There can be recommendations. If you get to the end of a 15-minute allotment for one item, then you're going to vote on whether you're going to extend the time. It is a disservice to yourselves, to the public, and to better government that these meetings go on for so long and each item takes so long. What I want to move on to has to do with calendars, because I'm going to the police commission now. I'm going to feed two birds with one seed. Come to your commission and go to the police commission. So here we see page 1 of the July calendar for Chief Greg Sir. If you continue looking on, it goes over day by day where the meeting was. He's not so good on telling you who was at the meetings. This is 3 pages from his July calendar printed out. Here's August. Look at this. It's day by day. It's what time, basically where it is. He's, again, not giving us a lot of information on who he's meeting with. This is about 5 pages printed out. Here's September's calendar from Chief Greg Sir, day by day. Look at this. This calendar took less than 5 business days to get out of the legal department from the police department. I'm going to the commission today because I went there last month to recommend that not only should the chief turn over his calendars, and he has, it's now time for the chief to post these on his website. Thank you.
Thank you. A half a seat isn't very much, though. I said a half a seat isn't very much, though.
Part of. Thank you, Mr. Petrellis, and I might actually make some public comment over at the police commission as well, so you might see me there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, before we go on, for anybody who's interested, the Golden State Warriors game is at halftime. The score is 60-51 Warriors. So.
Nice. As a point of personal privilege, can the 2 MTA items be held in sequence I'm 67 and a diabetic, and waiting until like 7:30 is going to be really burdensome. There's one MTA complaint that
I believe there's just one left. We've heard number 7 already.
There's two prior
there's
to that
two?
one.
I'm sorry.
I don't see a problem with skipping over the SFMTA item as the parties are not present today. If I am incorrect, please let me know. This is the one regarding Roy Brewbreaker.
I'd like to take that one next, the Brubaker item, and dispose of that. I think that'll be quick.
He's not here.
Right, we have a recommendation from the committee, and I think we're just going to go through that very quickly. Yeah.
And then didn't we
Then
do
we-
number? We did number 7 already.
Right, we could take up item 8.
We have two items coming up next, 4 and 5.
Right. Okay. So. Number 4 is very quick, Mr. Planhold, and then we could go to
Item 8.
number 8.
We'll be quick about it.
All right. Mr.
Item
Young?
number 4, file number 15117, complaint filed by Roy Brewbreaker against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.25 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The SFMTA did not have any documents that were requested by the complainant. However, there was some confusion as to the documents the SFMTA did provide. The SFMTA did not have the requested documents. However, they provided some related documents, a video from a bus that was close by, but not from the specific bus that he requested. However, there was confusion in that he thought the SFMTA provided them the wrong video. However, the SFMTA was just trying to be helpful, as they did not have the video he requested. The complainant will be requesting additional information directly from the SFMTA, and it appears that the party are in agreement that there was no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay. And nobody's.
You want me to summarize this?
Okay. Well, beyond what Mr. Young said, yes. Member Fisher.
Well, the confusion was, I mean, this was sort of a double bad luck scenario. This was a gentleman who was hit by a bus and seemed to be okay after however much rehab. And he wanted the video from the bus that had hit him. The other piece of bad luck was the video on that bus was out of service or something that day. It wasn't working. So the MTA tried to help him out by giving him video of a nearby bus, and that's where the confusion came from. So he did get a video. He did not get the one from the bus that hit him, but the camera on the bus that hit him was not functioning, and therefore there was no video for them. There were no documents or any information for them to give. That was it, and there was no violation.
All right. So, members, Mr. Young?
Is there any motion regarding this?
Motion to accept the Complaint Committee's recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Are there any public comment on the motion?
There being no public comment, vote on the motion.
Madam Chair?
Member Pilpel?
Sorry, just to make clear to Caroline, there was a typo referred to you as Cecilia Solaya. It should be Caroline. And can I just request in the future that when we have recommendations from committees, we used to have a section here with the motion and vote from the committee. I think that would be helpful for everyone if we just put that piece back in. But otherwise, this is fine. Thank you.
On that motion, Member Rommel.
Aye.
Rommel, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Hefner, absent. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. May I assume that there are no additional instructions?
No. None.
No violation. That's it.
Would you like me to go to item number 8 at this time?
If you would, please. Yes.
Item number 8, file number 15143, complaint filed by Bob Planhold against Sonia Kos and Becky Hogue of the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.7, for failure to meet agenda posting requirements, and California Government Code, Section 67, California Government Code Sections 54952B and 649526 for taking action without a quorum. Is there a motion on jurisdiction?
Oh, yes. Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, without objection. All right, at this time, Mr. Planthold, you have 5 minutes to present your case.
We note that Mr. Planthold is a former member and former chair of this task force.
So the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee, like this own body, is a creature of the Board of Supervisors. That can be relevant. In the October meeting they held, there were 10 people present. There are 15 or more slots. Back in the 1990s, then City Attorney Louise Rennie ruled or opined that a decision must be made on the majority of the slots, not on the majority present. There were 10 present. On one motion, 6 people voted one way, 4 people voted the other way. The chair felt that was binding, and I said no. But beyond that, the earlier problem was the agenda was not posted 72 hours in advance of the 6 p.m. start. Shortly after 6 p.m. on the Friday night, after the 72-hour deadline had lapsed, I notified the chair. I said, it didn't get posted. You could be the subject of a complaint. Her response by email to me was, staff said it'll be posted by Monday. Well, clearly that's not adequate, and I've been trying with various people on that group over the years to make them aware they have to look at the rules in order to follow them. The chair didn't do anything. They held the meeting. I told them it wasn't compliant with the notice. Then they held a vote where they said 6 of 10, because it's a majority of a quorum, was binding. And here again, I said no. And I point out that the Board of Supervisors has legislation. There's charter provisions about what it takes. Imagine if your group had 7 people present and 4 people voted one way. You know that would not be binding. That's part of the problem that other groups are bringing forward. I'm bringing this up not just as technical detail because I've researched this. This is something the task force may want to consider. There is no consistent instruction and follow-through when a new body is created or when a person is appointed to a commission, board, or task force, that person be told what are their duties under the Sunshine Ordinance in terms of taking the Sunshine and Ethics training. I'm telling you that because over the years I've looked and asked, has X filed the required document? No. Many people on that group have not filed it. One person's been on for 14 years. This goes to the question of who's responsible. Present in here are 2 of the staff who've been liaison to this group. Okay. But there doesn't seem to be somebody in overall authority saying, you got to train people, you got to let new people know what they need to do to take the Sunshine and Ethics training, what it takes for a valid vote. People just wing it. And it's more than just this task force, but I'm using this as an example. You may want to consider working on this. I went through this length with Clerk of the Board, Angela Calvillo, and she said the department that is assigned the task of a liaison is supposed to handle this. Because I said, every group's got a city attorney. Could it be them? She said, no. I'm trying to take weight and work off the city attorney. But nobody seems to be aware of how to do this. One person said, we'll contact the Secretary of the Commission. That's not right. The Secretary of the Commission is for the Commission. And what I'm talking about is a staff responsibility. To the extent that the task force in future discussions, maybe you want to suggest somebody within a department, whether it's the custodian of records, whether it's the person who also is responsible for responding to public records requests, but there ought to be some specific designation. X in Department Y is responsible for training any of the liaisons. For example, MTA has multiple advisory committees. The Muni Multimodal Access Committee, the Paratransit Council, the Ped Safety Advisory Committee, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, the Upper Market. I mean, I can go on and on. There's multiple. And various of the staff liaisons do not know anything about some of the details I'm telling you that they should be telling their new members this. The chair also probably could benefit by suggesting to new members, hey, you ought to go look up what are your responsibilities. You ought to check into this. And that is, again, broad across all commissions and boards. I'm saying this because there's even been a collegial body of yours that does not have roll call votes. There are attorneys on that body. There was a deputy city attorney. It's appalling. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, at this time, the respondent.
Hello, I'm Louis Liss with the SFMTA. I'm currently the staff liaison to the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee. I did put a letter that addressed Mr. Plainholtz's complaint under Section 67.7. I wanted to apologize for not posting the agenda 72 hours in advance, and we've taken steps to make sure that for the future, it will always be posted 72 hours in advance at least. The committee has also been advised that their votes on the October date in question were void.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matters with the task force for questions for both parties. Members? Member Pilpel?
Just a couple of questions, and then I wanted to go over to the police commission meeting, and I'll come back. To Mr. I think I understood enough from Mr. Planthold, Bob. I think I understood enough about the nature of your complaint from the papers, so I'm good.
I thought it should be.
Yes, thank you. I'll come back if I need to. To Mr. Liss. There certainly appear to be violations here, and I'll address that with Mr. Threet in a second. Can you expand a little bit on your statement that you've taken steps? I'm interested in both PSAC and, for that matter, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, both of which have some staff support from MTA, but the level of staff support has varied and the relationship has differed over the years, and I want to be sure that for both bodies, the MTA is properly staffing and providing the support that they need for the agendas, the minutes, the posting, the compliance issues. You know, certainly the members can deal with the substance, but in terms of these compliance matters, that the MTA is properly staffing both bodies. Can you speak to that?
Sure. I'm staffed on both bodies. For the PSAC, I'm responsible for posting the agenda. For BAC, the secretary is posting that agenda at a timely manner.
And the draft minutes, our draft minutes?
Minutes are also posted on the BAC website.
Okay, and are draft minutes made available no later than 2 weeks after either meeting?
So for PSAC, draft minutes are made available after each meeting, and for BAC, they're also posted.
Okay. I mean, I just want to be sure that it's not just the agenda, but the supporting materials, the draft minutes, when they have a proposed resolution, that's available in advance. So, Bob, so that all of these compliance questions are addressed. And you're assuring us that is the case.
The agenda and the minutes are posted regularly, and we can certainly continue to make sure.
Can you check into supporting documents?
Sure.
Okay, because I was at a recent bicycle committee meeting where they had a couple of resolutions, and when those are available in advance, and if you are not available, there's a backup to you, and in the likely event that you go off to something else in the next 40 years, you will train your replacement et cetera. So there will be some continuity over at MTA as to both bodies?
Yes, the person I replaced on one of the committees is here with me, and we have a variety.
Do you want to introduce that person?
Yes, this is Mr. Neil Patel.
Mr. Patel, nice to see you. Okay. Thank you. I think I'm good with MTA. So to Jerry, given the violations that Mr. Planthold has alleged, what does it appear might be appropriate violations for us to find? Because this is complicated because it also involves Brown Act issues that are incorporated in the ordinance by reference.
Through the chair to Member Pilpel, as you might expect from my previous answer to questions like this, I don't see my job, and I don't think my job is to tell the task force what violations to find upon the facts, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the law.
Okay, well, if we find, I believe that the body is a policy body to answer some of your questions in the memo.
Okay.
So I think following from that, I think acknowledge that they failed to post an agenda in advance, yes. And that their votes did not meet the majority vote test. So I'm struggling to figure out where the violation is based on those facts. Is it 67.7? I'm not sure. The majority vote issue, I think, is a charter question that's sort of beyond our reach. Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to figure out where the sunshine violations would be here.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. And I'm sorry that
I believe it's 67.7, which requires that there be 72 hours, the agenda be posted 72 hours before.
Okay. A regular meeting. To Mr. Planthold, if we find a violation of 67.7, is that sufficient to your purposes here?
I felt that would be what would be legally required. The other concerns about majority quorum, I felt bring your attention to consider for the future to clarify in instructions. So it's not something that I want to contest the lack of any finding of a violation. I do want to add what I think is hopefully technical help. Chairs of committees, advisory groups, also need to know they need to get their agenda into the staff liaison, not at 72 hours and 5 minutes before. They need to be told or given guidelines. And IT needs to know that the chair's not posting some salacious, hate-filled rant on a complaint, that there's reasons why 72 hours and 5 minutes won't work. Again, that's not a violation.
And same thing for supporting documents.
But you folks need to consider expanding the instructions and/or suggesting amendments as appropriate. But if you just do 67.7, that's what I'm certain of.
So I think we can do 67.7. If you have specific comments that you want to put in writing to us about guidance that we could give to departments, that would be helpful. You know that I'll read that, and we'll, try to send something out.
This really could be a project for the EOT, I think. You've taught me a lot about the great need for training and guidelines, make sure you do all of these. Everybody would appreciate it. So.
And we do have training of advisory body members as on our list of things to get to. So that's, Bob, that's already kind of on my list of things to do. But we could do a further memo on timeliness of agendas, supporting materials, et cetera, particularly for these advisory bodies that are, in this case, we've now been assured will be well-staffed, but in not all cases are consistently staffed by the various departments, as you well know.
Okay, does anyone have anything else? All right, at this time, the respondents have 3 minutes to offer any last thoughts, comments, rebuttal. Okay. Mr. Planthold, yourself?
I'm satisfied with what you're projecting.
Okay. All right, at this time, the matter's back with the task force for a motion.
I'll make a motion to find a violation.
Is there any public comment?
Not yet. We haven't made the motion yet. In a minute.
I move that we find a violation of section 67.7 of the ordinance for failure to post an agenda for a regular meeting 72 hours
I'll second that.
All right. Is there any public comment on the motion to find a violation of 67.7?
Hello. Good evening. Bruce Wolf. I'd just like to note, and those items are fine, but on Member Pilpel's question with regards to can you find violation of the Brown Act or of the California Public Records Act, you can. Under 6730C, the task force task force shall make referrals to a municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance or under the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act whenever it concludes any person has violated any provisions of this ordinance or those acts. So you have the freedom because
we certainly can. My question wasn't can we, it was is there a specific violation that we might find?
Okay. I just want you to be aware that you're not limited to the Sunshine Ordinance. You can find violation of state law too. Thank you.
And we've done that in the past, by the way. So just to be clear. All right. Is there additional public?
I mean, we could, to former member Wolf's comment, we could, when we find a violation of the ordinance where it's a parallel violation of something in the Brown Act or the Public Records Act, find a violation of the state law as well. I think that would be more complicated and duplicative, and to the extent that we find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, that's generally sufficient. But you brought up the question. I take your comment, and I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And I want to touch on the issue that really wasn't discussed by the board, and that's the issue of what's a majority, or what does it take to pass a motion? If you look at this, basically what happens is if all 11 members are here, I have to get 6 out of 11 votes. If one of you is absent, I have to get a 60% vote. If 2 of you are absent, I have to get a 2/3 majority. If 3 of you are absent, I have to get a 3/4 majority. And as in the last hearing, there were only 7 members here. It was it was my burden to get 85.7% of the vote to prevail. And what happens is if that is the burden placed on the complainant, that also lessens the burden on the respondent. In other words, I have to convince 6 out of 7 people, and all they have to do is convince 2 out of 7 people. And it is a real inequity, and I think there really needs to be at all bodies, and in particular this one, a clear understanding that if you don't attend meetings, you are affecting the rights and the due process rights of the individuals that are presenting their cases. It is really disgruntled, and you know I'm really tired, very honestly, of hearing people who volunteer to serve on a committee and then don't show up and want to moan about the fact, well, I have other things going on. Well, if you have other things going on, then resign your seat and go take care of them. Your responsibility, if you accept the seat, is to come here and have the hearing. And to be absent once in a while, there's a mayor's policy, and you're all clear, and I just IDR'd Mr. Young today for an attendance of all the meetings so far this year, including the subcommittees, because I don't think that any of you are following that law. Basically, you know, if I walk in here and there are 6 people, you're going to hold the meeting, and you're going to expect me to get 100% of the vote to win. And I really don't think anybody considers that to be equitable, considering the fact that I'm only supposed to have to get a simple majority, not a supermajority, not 100%. Any meeting where you're a quasi-judicial body, as I read previously in the Good Government Guide, you have to give a fair hearing. And having a hearing where a significant number of the members are gone is not a fair hearing. Especially when you consider, and I'm going to say this, you don't like it, but I'm going to say it anyway, especially when you consider that some of the members that are consistently here have shown a predilection of siding with the city and against the complainants, looking for every reason to dismiss a complaint. And basically you walk in here knowing that if there are 6 or 7 people, you haven't got a snowball's chance in hell of winning.
Is there any other public comment on the motion? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
On the On the motion, Member Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Hefner, absent. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Are there any additional instructions, or?
Yes, I think we should open a file, and I'm not sure about sending MTA to EOT to, although it might be instructive to have a real case to work with. And they're working on this issue, and I'm not sure, but I think we need to open a case, a file on developing guidelines, making sure.
Are currently working on that as a separate hearing file, EOTC.
Can you explain to the public what that acronym stands for?
The Education Outreach and Training Committee that Vice Chair Hyland currently chairs. I'm supposed to be working on guidance to departments on public records requests. We're not currently doing a thing with meetings.
Okay.
I'd like to. I'm just sort of thinking out loud whether this particular complaint needs its own follow-up or if we've sort of put it to bed tonight.
I think.
I haven't thought about it enough.
Well, I've been thinking about it, and I'm not real sure either. But I believe that this is a serious issue in the city, and it probably Mr. Planhold is, he's revealed the tip of the iceberg. So I think we need to assume that people are not clear about what their responsibilities are when they're on these advisory committees or even all the various commissions. So I think we need to develop guidelines. It might be helpful to have an actual case, and asking that the MTA be that case. We're not punishing you. We're asking you to help us develop policy. And you're right in the throes of this, and it might be we could help you get this right and help. I think that's the way to go with the specifics. Makes sense to me. And again, we'll appreciate your help with this, and look at it as a constructive thing and not a punitive thing by any means. So,
what if we start by referring this matter, now thinking about it a little more, to EOT, have one follow-up hearing there, discuss it with the MTA folks, and then, if necessary, find compliance and convert that into a hearing file and do further follow-up and broaden that to the question of support and training for advisory bodies in the city.
Well, we can do it that way.
I think that's where we're headed. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the specific case as an example to help us get to the bigger issue, which is training needs to happen, clear guidelines need to be articulated, and training, and some mechanism so that there's follow through in the future and all of it. So that's the big thing. And
I agree.
So this will go to EOT, and the MTA will be invited. And Mr. Planhold, we would really appreciate your input into this. Okay, all right.
Just to summarize, I believe that we are referring this matter to the EOTC for discussion regarding training and development of guidelines regarding scheduling, processing, and general meeting procedures.
I would say support and training for advisory bodies.
Right. Well, it's bigger than that. It's for all bodies. I mean,
I wanted to start with advisory bodies, but
I want to.
But yeah.
A sister body violates this. Okay.
And can I also ask, since the MTA folks are here, prior to that hearing, if you could consult internally? I know Luis if you can discuss with them, with Caroline, with Roberta, sort of, the MTA's approach to supporting policy bodies and advisory bodies. And I'm sure we can learn from that. There are things that you'd like to do that you can't. There are things that you do because you have to. We can talk about all that. Fair enough? Thank you very much.
Just to clarify, this is for support and training of what type of bodies?
How about advisory
boards, commissions, and policy bodies and advisory.
Policy and advisory bodies.
Yes.
Bob, good.
Thank you.
Okay.
We can do it right from the beginning. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Next on the agenda is item number 5, file number 15078, complaint filed by Richard Denton against the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21, 67.26, 67.27, for failure to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 7, 2015, the task force found a violation of 67.21A and B and 67.26. Member Rummel requested that he be allowed to draft the order of determination that is in the packet. His draft order of determination is available for your review and possible adoption today. There is a letter from Mr. Denton. He could not make it tonight due to work scheduling. However, he has a suggested change to the proposed order of determination.
All right. Why don't we start with Mr. Member Rummold? Would you brief us on this?
The OD is
Page. After page 167.
It's 166, begins on 166.
Sorry, through the chair. This was heard at complaint committee, which was me and member Hinsey, and I'm on the wrong one.
And then we had a subsequent full task force hearing.
Oh, yeah, it was originally heard. Yeah.
Originally,
and then
the three of us.
we reheard it
Right.
in the whole
Okay.
task force. And then afterwards,
Oh, right, you overruled us.
well, I think
What page?
things came to light. This was on it starts on 168, more or less. So anyway, it was this, I think, well, I guess you weren't here.
No, I wasn't here. I remember this case from before I read your OD, so. But I think everybody would appreciate a refresher, okay?
The facts generally were these. Mr. Denton submitted a request for a report. He volunteered that he was a whistleblower about the lighting in the Broadway tunnel. He submitted a request to PUC for any reports that were generated as a result of that whistleblowing and any investigation that resulted from it. They ultimately produced a report that they changed. So they produced a report and closed the request. Later, after Mr. Denton was involved in some type of litigation with the city, I guess, he subpoenaed the engineering firm that had originally written the report and found that the report varied from the one that the PUC produced to Mr. Denton in response to his request. At the hearing, Mr. Denton said that they had altered the substance of the report in two ways. One was to remove any reference to whistleblower complaints, and the other was to actually change the conclusions of the report such that the report, in Mr. Denton's view, found that the Broadway lighting tunnel levels were unsafe, but then the produced report by the PUC did not find that. After we had that hearing, I went back and drafted this. And in particular, I was interested to look at the changes that Mr. Denton said were there because, I think it's one thing, the PUC was saying they made the changes and didn't acknowledge the existence of the original report because there was a whistleblower issue, and that they were just trying to conceal the fact that a whistleblower was involved. And I think that's my review of the two reports was pretty consistent with that. I think there were some changes that went beyond just the whistleblower issue and touched on issues of substance, but I don't know if you saw Mr. Denton's letter that suggested that we add a long paragraph about how they altered the fact that lighting levels would become unsafe. So they did change the word unsafe, but where they changed the word unsafe was in relation to a standard, and it was not about the finding about the actual lighting levels in the tunnel itself. So the results of the engineering report were identical, and nothing changed in that respect. And that, at the hearing, was what troubled me, is if an engineering firm is saying this tunnel's unsafe, and then the PUC alters it and changes the conclusion of the report. But after reviewing the report, I did not find that to be the case.
Member Eldon.
So what did you find to be the case for the rest of it?
Well, so in terms of violations or the changes?
The changes.
So the changes, by and large, the great majority of them were directed to removing the whistleblower references to a whistleblower complaint and kind of changing those to an investigation was conducted, which, city agencies aren't required to not change documents, right? They can change documents, but you have to, with that, acknowledge that prior documents that you changed exist, right? So to me, I gave some credit to the fact that they were just trying to generally conceal the fact that a whistleblower complaint had been filed. But I don't think they handled it well as I laid out here.
So in other words, I'm just seeing this for the first time, Mr. Denton's response. And so he's saying, he's disagreeing with your conclusion that the report was primarily altered to disguise that it was the result of a whistleblower complaint. He's saying that the PUC was wanting to hide the fact that the engineers had concluded that the lighting was unsafe.
Well, I think he said both.
So, through the chair, just to make sure we're on point here, I think we're not rehearing the case. What we're doing is we're approving Mr. Rummold's order termination. And I think, secondly, we have to consider what and how, and if appropriate, these additional comments from Mr. Denton are, since they weren't noticed adequately. That's another issue that's troubling me. We can perhaps continue the matter after discussion of those two pieces he's added, and maybe
go
ahead. No, I'm just trying to get us back on track.
This is not new. This paragraph is new, but the claims that he is raising here are identical to what he was saying at the hearing. And it was this issue, the one that he spells out in here, the second and more troubling concern is that the original engineer's report concluded there was a lighting level below which the tunnel would be unsafe. And that was actually what really troubled me too, and I found it to not be what I had thought, that they had altered some conclusion about it was the changing of the word unsafe was in relation to a standard that didn't really come into play in the report.
And where does your proposed OD occur in our package?
It starts on 168.
There's no page number on it.
Pagination is different.
If you go to page 167, it's right after that. There's no numbering on the actual draft report. It was inserted late.
Got it.
So there's no
Okay.
page numbering on it.
So you have to go after 167. Okay.
Mhm.
7
Got
plus.
it. Okay.
It's the first item in the packet after the first page. So our task here is to determine whether we agree with the OD as written.
Perhaps I can bounce a question back through the chair to Mr. Rummold. Having seen this new information, are you happy with what you have before us?
The letter from Mr.
Yes.
Denton?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he was saying in the original hearing. And, you know, in the file from the hearing, he produced the pages where he said some of the more significant changes occurred. And I went back and looked at them when I was drafting this. And, well, it is certainly true that they changed the word unsafe, and I think they changed it to start to become unsafe. But it's in the content, even saying it out loud, I think it sounds worse than it actually is in context. The result of the engineer's report was not changed in any way. And the engineer's report did not find it to be unsafe.
Okay. I'm wondering, DCA 3?
Through the chair to members of the task force, just one point that might be helpful in reviewing the two versions, Member Rummel's order and the proposed changes by the complainant. I think it's important to note that in terms of the violations themselves, those differences don't affect the violations. But where they might affect a recommendation of the task force is that it appears that the complainant's version of that might more readily support a referral for a willful violation as opposed to the way it's currently written.
That's
what he wants.
That's where I was going with that, because that's a willful violation.
Okay, I'm noticing Suzanne Gauthier is here from the PUC, so let's hear if you have any additional comments for us.
When I last looked, it was 98.75. 10 minutes left in the game.
Okay.
All right.
Just
Not to
in
worry.
case.
Okay.
Not to worry.
582.
Thank you again, Chair Washburn, members. This has been one of the more challenging and interesting cases for all of us, I think. It has brought to our attention at the PUC opportunities to look at things in my 11 years there we haven't looked at before. So it has been a long and arduous and thoughtful and thought-provoking opportunity for all of us on both sides of this, and certainly you guys have played a significant role in that. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to appreciate Member Rummold's drafting of the order of determination. We take no issue with that and wanted to let you all know that we are already taking steps to improve our internal process so that when these overlapping multi-layered considerations are before us, we have a more thorough and comprehensive and satisfactory process to engage in and not let this problem happen again. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions except for highly technical engineering things because I don't know the answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Gauthier? Member Pilpel?
I'm not sure if we're going to refer this for further discussion. If we aren't, then I'm interested in hearing a little more on what internal practices have been changed in discussions. I'm encouraged to hear that. I'm very encouraged. But if we're going to refer this, then we could hear about that in committee. I don't know where this is going.
I haven't thought that far.
Okay.
Okay, let me, having just not seen Mr. Denton's response or any consideration of extending this beyond this body, I am referring in my comments to the order of determination as drafted by Mr. Rummold.
Mm-hmm.
If any amendments were made to that determination, I would have to
I'm
reconsider.
not addressing that. You just made a statement that you're having an opportunity internally at the PUC.
No, but that part I'll get to, but I wanted to make sure that I was referring to, I have no issue with the order of determination as drafted without amendments of any kind.
Understood.
Just want to make sure you all understood that. The internal process, well, we've been in conversation in figuring out if there are overlapping jurisdictional considerations, us, the whistleblower, the city attorney, et cetera, we will take more time to figure out what those mean for us and what our responsibility is with regard to public records and public documents. We know that when we own them, they are public and probably should have been redacted versus rewritten. So those conversations have begun and will continue.
I appreciate that. I mean, I guess based in part on this case and my experience with PUC, where there's a relatively simple records request, that's usually something that Michelle handles. Mm-hmm. She gathers it, she provides it. That's pretty straightforward. Mm-hmm. This is certainly one of the more complex things, and there may be other things that are in between. We had the Brian Brown complaint that we ultimately didn't deal with. But where things kind of become more complicated, I think it would be good if you or Ty or somebody at a higher level is involved, and if it requires the city attorney or whoever, that you sort of escalate things based on the complexity of the request or the complaint. It sounds like that's what you're now putting into place. Not everything is simple and easy. Those that are, fine. Those that become complicated may need some, you may need to have a meeting to talk about a thing.
Well, we do have a team, okay. And I guess the good news from our perspective on the success of that team is that we don't come here very often. So even more complex things we can resolve. This one was just incredibly unique and challenging, as those of you who have followed this since June of 2014 are aware. And again, I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that this case reminded me of one with Laguna Honda when it was whistleblowers, and DCA 3 was around when that happened. And so, when a whistleblower asks for information, and is it really different from any other member of the public asking for the same information? And I think in the case of Laguna Honda, we decided that records were withheld that should have been given to them. And in this case, the records were given, but there were redactions to protect the whistleblower, but it was the whistleblower who was asking for the records. So it's kind of I have a hard time getting my mind around it. DCA 3, do you have anything to tell me to help me think about these things?
Chair Washburn, I believe you asked if a question there, which is when a whistleblower requests the records related to the complaint, is it different than when another member of the public? And the case law says that if you provide records under a public records request to one member of the public, you have to provide it to all of them. So that would, to the extent there's confidentiality requirements, that would remove that confidentiality for all members of the public.
Okay. So the whistleblowers, asking for the whistleblowers on records,
they are in a similar position to other members of the public in the public records process.
okay. So, but in any case, it's incumbent on the policy body or the department to explain why the redactions are being made.
Just to qualify that, there is a situation where there are perhaps privacy interests involved that rise to the confidentiality concern, give rise to the confidentiality concern, and if that member of the public is the one whose privacy is affected, it might affect the balancing that has to happen in making a decision there. But if those private records are turned over to that person whose privacy is at risk, then they likewise have to be turned over to other members of the public. So it might affect the balancing in deciding whether they should be turned over, but once it happens, it's gone. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And in some cases, a whistleblower wouldn't mind having his or her confidentiality, would waive that for a greater purpose.
Let me just clarify, when I was talking about the privacy interest, I was thinking of another exception to the Public Records Act where the privacy is balanced against other concerns. But in the case of whistleblower confidentiality, those are statutory requirements that they be kept confidential, and the policy considerations underlying that confidentiality extend beyond the individual who filed the particular complaint. So, for instance, if a whistleblower filed a complaint and there was it became public that those records were turned over because they were requested, other whistleblowers might be concerned that somewhere down the line, for instance, sometimes there's more than one whistleblower on a single complaint, as was the case in Laguna Honda. Well, what happens if one of them wants it turned over and the other doesn't? And then, you have a situation where other whistleblowers in the future would look at that with concern and may not wish to blow the whistle. So it's a different policy situation than simple privacy interests.
Okay.
Through the chair, just to bring up to speed, Chair Washburn, one of the things that we heard and which still bothers me, and I'm wondering if it's within our purview or whether we should even attempt to raise this issue, is the whistleblower, Mr. Denton. I think his name and what he was trying to do became public at some point. He basically did not want any protection at a certain point in order to reveal the documents. What troubles me is that the whistleblower's office then used that shroud of confidentiality to obfuscate what else was going on, which has now come to light. And this is a whole separate discussion. Should a whistleblower be able to make himself public and then remove that protection, or in this case, that hindrance, which he had to go through a legal case and get a subpoena to get all this out. Now, having said that, do we have to hold the PUC's feet to the fire because they were advised or they worked complicitly with the WBO and elevate this to willful to bring light to this issue? Perhaps DCA 3 can tell us whether that would even work or whether that's... I'm trying to find a way of acknowledging that I didn't particularly like the way the WBO performed in this case. And how can we bring that to light, and how can we make a difference for future whistleblowers to not get caught up in this situation again. And there was a question there for DCA 3, if you care to answer it or not. I understand.
I have a follow-up. Through the chair to Member Highland, I'm not sure I can answer the question you're asking. Will it work? I don't know whether it would work. If you believe that the facts support that the PUC willfully changed the report in order to obscure what was happening or to not disclose information that the law required to be disclosed, and that was intentional, then that would support a referral for willful violation. But I think that, that's going to be determined by what your view of the facts is and whether there's support on the task force to support, to define that.
Thank you. Well, I would like at least a vote on that. I think I'm feeling that's something we should at least throw out there for a vote and consideration.
So would you like to make a motion?
Well, I guess the motion will be to approve the order determination put forward by Mr. Rummold, and in addition, find a willful violation. I'm not sure what the code number is for that, or if there is an additional code violation for that. Perhaps someone can help me with that.
This thing? Okay.
And we may want to consider taking these separately. Vote on one and then vote on the second one. That might be
Okay, so
procedurally prudent.
so there could be a vote on the order of determination as drafted by Member Rummold to find violations of the three sections. And then to find a willful violation, it would be a violation of 67.34.
Well, if I could.
But that could be separate.
Well, I think they might be mutually exclusive because in the facts that I lay out, I very kind of clearly say that because after reviewing the two reports, it didn't seem that the PUC was doing it willfully to avoid releasing information that should otherwise be disclosed, which is definitely the feeling I got after the hearing, that the PUC had altered the report to conceal the results. So I think if we were to, but after reviewing the two reports, that is not the way I felt. So I think if we were to adopt this order of determination, we could not then turn around and find a willful violation.
Through the chair to Member Rummold, I'm having trouble understanding. You're saying that you did not think that it was a willful changing of the facts?
I didn't, yeah.
And that's what's reflected in your OD? Okay.
DCA 3?
A few points. It's always advisable for the task force to make findings of fact to support its determinations. It makes them more defensible and more understandable, and if they're referred for further enforcement to the Ethics Commission, it's more likely that they'll be given credence based on the finding of facts. There could be more than one view of what a willful violation is in this case. Probably the clearest view would be a situation such as is suggested in the complainant's proposed amendment. Some members of the task force might find that even on the facts in Member Rummold's proposed order, that rises to the level of willful failure. But the stronger the facts are that what was done was, rises to the level of misconduct, then the more likely it will be to support that violation if it's in the order. So those are some things to consider.
Okay, thank you. And just back to Member Rummold, maybe we heard the facts differently, but I thought it was fairly clear the complainant provided good evidence, showed the two different documents showing how here's this document dated on this date, and then it was after the fact it was changed to this, to kind of dumb down the safety violation issue and make it indeterminate, as you said. That's how I read it, but it sounds like you read that differently, and that's reflected in your OD.
So there were two there were two things that he called attention to, right?
Right.
The first was removing all references to the whistleblower complaint, which the PUC at the hearing said was done at the advice of the whistleblower office in order to conceal the fact that there was a whistleblower investigation. And they cited the various code sections for that, which, I think that was an aggressive interpretation of those sections to change a document and then refuse to or fail to even acknowledge the existence of another document. I think that was a pretty aggressive interpretation of those confidentiality provisions. But I didn't find it to be, I found those changes to at least be, somewhat based in law, right? It wasn't like, oh, let's just hide this and we have no sound basis for it.
So it's your training as a lawyer that's handicapping you from seeing it how it might be.
Well, no. So the other thing that actually at the hearing that really bothered me was what he was saying about changing the language about unsafe. And then when I went back and looked at what was actually changed, they changed
the technical language.
They dumbed down something from unsafe to starts to become unsafe, but they didn't alter the conclusion of the report. And that, they didn't alter the finding that. So even assuming the language that was changed dumbed down a standard, the conclusion of the report still found that that the lighting levels met that standard.
So just to make sure I'm getting this right, the overall report said it was okay, but that one section originally said it was not okay, and they changed it to saying maybe it was okay. Is that?
No. So that was just a description of a general standard. The conclusion of the engineer's report was that it satisfied that general standard, and they didn't alter the conclusion of the report. They altered the general standard.
Within the report.
Within the report.
And someone could read that standard as saying, well, maybe the report should say it's not safe.
No.
Okay.
No.
Maybe I'm confusing
It wouldn't alter the conclusion.
Okay.
Right. The conclusion remained the same and was.
I'm not remembering it that way, but.
Yeah.
Member Eldon.
More specifically, there weren't really any technical findings that changed based on your analysis. No.
Absolutely.
So the facts of the report, the engineering, their analysis of the lighting in the tunnel, it didn't say it was only 80% lit instead of 90% lit or something like that, or whatever their measures were. That stuff didn't change at all, as I understand you're saying.
It's the wording.
And if I was wrong, and maybe I am, but all he pointed us to was that unsafe language. And, if he had said this number changed and that as a result of changing this number, the conclusion changed, that was what I was taking from the hearing.
Yeah.
And that is not what I found when I looked. And, this stuff was in the packet from the last time. So.
Yeah. But still, going back to what DCA Threet said, that even if that is correct, can we still find willful within that? And it sounds like there is room for discussion even at that level. So, okay, I think I've said enough.
Member Pilpel.
A couple of things. If Member Highland still has an interest in finding a willful violation, I think a motion on adding 67.34 to find a willful violation should happen prior to adopting the final OD, because then we would have to change that language to reflect that. I also wanted to suggest, if we don't do that, to Member Romold, the last line where you say, accordingly, we do not believe this complaint raises the type of bad faith that would otherwise warrant a referral to the Ethics Commission. I think I would reword that slightly to say that might warrant instead of that would otherwise. Okay. And I think I would also like to add, as CCs, Ms. Ladishu and Ben Rosenfield, the controller, because I think this really does start to implicate the controller's office and the whistleblower program not perhaps as great a degree as the PUC, because they were the named complainant, but it does raise some very interesting issues about the conduct of the whistleblower program. And I'm now thinking that whether we refer this or not, that we should have a discussion either at a committee or at this task force, again, about the whistleblower program that the controller's office runs and the implications more broadly about the information that they have and their view of confidentiality. I mean, to Member Rummold, I agree with you that they were sort of more aggressively interpreting the confidentiality provisions to the degree, and I remember now back to the hearing where I was, I had mixed views about the PUC. I think this sort of comes down okay on the PUC, but I was really peeved about the controller's office and the whistleblower program, and I think that their interpretation would suggest that they can do whatever they want. They don't have to tell anybody how they spend their time or money, and we just have to appreciate it and go about our way, and I didn't like that at all. And I think that there are other reasonable ways, perhaps a range of reasonable ways, to interpret the state law, the charter, and the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code sections that both protect the program, their investigations, the complainants, and yet provide the public some assurance that what they're doing actually makes sense. And I don't think that they've sort of balanced those competing things in the way that your analysis suggests. So in sum, I am, I think we're okay with the PUC with this. I thought that we got it right originally, then I thought that we didn't. I think that we sort of got to a better place, and the PUC seems to be in a better place with handling these things going forward, but I'm still not pleased with the whistleblower program, and as I understand, there was a civil grand jury report on them, and there are discussions about changes to the program that might happen. I think it would be wise and timely for the task force to weigh in on how a better balancing of confidentiality with public records disclosure could occur within that program. So I don't know what the best way is to make that happen, but I am supportive of that. Otherwise, I am good with the language in your extensive analysis in the proposed order. Thanks.
Ms. Gauthier?
Through the chair, clarification, if I might. Mr. Pilpel, your amendment to the OD was just change the word on the final sentence from would to might otherwise? May I get a repeat of that?
I think I would strike would otherwise and substitute might.
Might otherwise or might warrant?
Might warrant.
Strike both words.
Right.
Thank you.
So that it would be.
Got it.
It's just sort of reflecting
Thank you.
the task force's discretion and that it might warrant. Might not, whatever. It's not a big deal.
DC 3.
Through the chair to the task force, if we're doing, edits, there's some kind of standard type things, not substantive, but under hearing on the complaint, the second paragraph, the complaint committee's recommendation, rejected the complaint committee's recommendation, so need to add "ation" at the end of that word. On the last paragraph on that page, the last sentence, Member Rummel requested that the vote on the violations be delayed to allow time for him to draft a comprehensive rather than comprehension order.
Yes.
The following page, the quote on November 1st, 2013, there should be a comma at that point. And then the paragraph right under that, rather than start PUC, it should say the PUC. I think that's all I had.
When we make a motion, I would be supportive of including those changes and any other non-substantive edits that people want to make.
So through the chair, perhaps we should take my motion first.
All right.
And then go to the other one. So let me just summarize my position. So basically, this is a motion for willful violation under 6734. Is it F? 34. And I guess it has to go against the PUC because it can't go against WVO, correct? Okay. and it's for, by removing the wording of a safe threshold in the original report, and for actually hiding that report, I think in my eyes rises to willful, and that is the motion.
Is there a second? Members, is there a second too?
I'll second that.
All right. Is there any public comment on this motion?
Hello again, Bruce Wolf. I just want to add to Member Pilpel's statement about CCing the controller. I believe that the Ethics Commission also handles whistleblower complaints, so you might want to.
They have a portion, and we certainly could add them to that. Good catch.
Peter Warfield, not party to the complaint and not familiar with it. Are we just talking about whether this is to be a willful violation or not, and we're going to discuss the wording separately?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. I would support the motion, and I just want to point out in terms of substance, I have seen reports, particularly, I'm recalling, I believe it was an environmental impact report, where the details and the conclusion didn't necessarily coordinate, where one suspected that the people working on the details were either one group or sort of one mind, and that perhaps for certain reasons, perhaps political, perhaps other, the conclusion was changed to either a predetermined point or to a more or less position that was wanted from elsewhere. In such a case, it was in fact very instructive to read the details, which seemed to have come from a place where folks doing the study had come up with observations, had come up with conclusions, even if they didn't coordinate folks had come up with findings which didn't necessarily coordinate with the conclusion. And so I would not denigrate the detailed wording, which I think Member Hyland is correctly not doing. Something unsafe versus approaching not safe is, to my mind, quite a different thing, and quite a valuable thing for somebody to be able to read, regardless of whether the conclusion has been altered or not. So I wouldn't undervalue the detail or overvalue the conclusion. I think all the parts are informative and potentially evidentiary at providing evidence for somebody who is interested in the matter. So any kind of an alteration, I think, is quite shocking. And I remember, as Member Hyland did, that there seemed at the time when Mr. Denton was here that there was a change in what a reader would take from the report. And so I support this and may have a thing or two to say about the wording. Thank you.
You know, actually, Mr. Warfield brought up, I was having the same thought, actually, as he did, that, you know, the findings and the data are one thing, conclusions are something else. And, but I didn't have the two reports to compare. So before I make up my mind about this, Member Rummold, if you could speak to that.
Well, so, yeah, I'm happy to. It wasn't a conclusion that was changed, and it wasn't data that was changed either. So what was changed was there is a, here, I'll read, actually, what was changed.
Discussion, I think.
What's that?
It was discussion, essentially, I think.
Well, so there is a standard, right? And I'll just read it, right? So the analysis uses the calculation methodology of the American National Standard Practice for tunnel lighting. The recommended practices outline the tunnel topology and general methodology for calculating luminance values. The analysis applies a minimum ratio of 1.41 for the average luminance of the threshold roadway to the veiling luminance of the driver's field of view. Below that ratio, the threshold zone is unsafe. And in the release report, it says the threshold zone starts to become unsafe. So that is the standard that the American National Standard Practice for tunnel lighting, right? And so the PUC changed the starts to become unsafe to, or starts to become changed unsafe to starts to become unsafe. The findings of the report, regardless of whether it is starts to become unsafe or is unsafe, the findings of the report did not determine that it was unsafe.
Through the chair to Mr. Remold, Member Remold, that excerpt you read reference 1.41 lumens. Did the first or the second PUC report contain any technical data on those numbers?
Oh yeah, it's a 100 plus page report.
So the numbers were above 1.41, and that didn't change. But the way they, I guess the grading
characterized what happens at that point.
That's what changed.
Right,
okay.
That's what changed.
Okay.
But the results of the study did not change.
So the actual lighting level in the tunnel was what it was?
In both
reports. Both reports, yeah. Okay.
And just out of curiosity, it was above 1.41?
You know, I don't know, to be honest. I was relying on Mr. Denton to point out the differences, so I didn't actually
One of them is close. It shows on page 186 of our packet, one of them is at 1.42 westbound approach measured.
The thing I'm trying to get at here is Denton even claiming that they changed the data or the technical findings of the data at all, or is it purely
semantics?
Because I'm trying to I'm not a lighting engineer, but my understanding of what this means in reality is there's gradients of lighting that exist. So if we dimmed these bulbs, that would change the lighting in this room.
Right.
And all the report said, and the difference is that the report between the two reports is saying if you turn down the lighting, it starts to become unsafe after this point versus it's unsafe after this point. And that just seems like I was looking for a smoking gun out of all of this after the hearing. And if all that this is coming down to is a semantic, what does it mean to become unsafe? It just doesn't seem like it's the same thing that we thought it was based on how Denton explained it.
And I will add on to that if they had changed that 1.42 from a 1.38 and they changed it to a 1.42, that's what I thought we were dealing with, right? I thought it was them altering data and then releasing it publicly to be like, oh, there's no problem here.
Okay.
But it was the changing of their characterization of what happens at that standard.
Through the chair, acknowledging that, I would still like the task force to consider, assuming there was no whistleblower element to this case, would that behavior have risen to willful? Even that. That's how I'm looking at this. That's how I'm throwing it out there, just food for thought.
What would be willful about that? I'm open to it personally, but I would like to understand what you mean there.
That 1.41, the reading they had is pretty damn close to that, and I don't know, how that actual. I'm not a lighting engineer. I don't know. Was it really that close? It seems like it is, and the fact that it was changed because it was so close to that threshold is worrisome. And would that behavior be tolerated in any other city department? Changing a report after the fact, with that number being so close to the threshold, and I'm just trying to boil it down to that.
Member Pilpel?
I appreciate the question, but I guess I disagree in part with the premise, because the only reason this is before us and the reason the report was rewritten is because he was a complainant. Otherwise, I suspect that if there was a report, they would have just released the report. And we certainly have, we'll decide in a second, hopefully, whether we think it was willful or not. I think that we have the discretion to make that finding. For a variety of bases. I'm not sure that I'm supporting it, but...
Okay. I think we have enough discussion on it, so we should probably just proceed with the vote.
I could just be the dim bulb in the room if you'd like.
Okay. I'd like to hear finally from Ms. Gauthier if she has any, if she can explain the change of language or help us out here.
As it was explained to me, well, thank you, Chair Washburn and members for this additional opportunity. The change of language from is to begin or becomes or starts to become makes it consistent with other reports in industry standard of how you characterize, because is unsafe and starts to become unsafe eliminates sort of the definitive. So in the dimming of the lights analogy, it could become unsafe more or less for different people with different eyesight. I'm just saying in this room, if you dim the lights, I'm going to react differently than other people. I think the industry standard was applied on the rewrite that was not necessarily the same as the one applied as is unsafe. Is unsafe is a much stronger characterization, then starts to become unsafe. And it has nothing to do with whether it was 1.4, 1.2, 1 point anything. The two were completely separate in terms of how the report was generated and written. So I don't know if that helps or confuses you more, but I did just want to point out that it was not a change made as a result of any data gathered. It was a change made in the characterization of the standard applied for evaluating lighting.
Through the chair, just one last point, not to belabor this anymore, but I think the way the report was originally written, it's at 1.42. Below that, is unsafe, is directly referencing the American lighting standard, and that's how the report was written. Pretty clear. Does that need to be changed? And that's the question I throw to you.
Member Rummel, did you have anything to say? No? Anyone else? Members?
Madam Chair, I'm
Yes.
just wondering if you would extend an additional public comment on a subject that wasn't brought up by anybody or the respondent. If you might extend me a moment.
Sure.
So the question here is, and I haven't seen the document, but is the standard, was it written from a book of standards, a quote, that was then changed? Okay, which is a big difference than making an interpretation of a standard. And then the question with regards to Member Eldon is, when the lights are being dimmed, then it is becoming unsafe. But if you walk into a room that is already dark, then it is unsafe. That would be some of the points that were not being brought up here. I think Ms. Gauthier had alluded to that, but I think it needs to be very clear that there's a big difference between walking into a dark room, walking into a room that then is being dimmed. And there's a difference in the way this, it's not so much semantics for me when it comes to this. Thank you.
Thank you. DCA3, did you have something to add? Help us out here.
Chair Washburn, just one point. I believe the commenter had previously spoken on this issue, so since he was extended additional time, you'll need to extend the same amount of time to other speakers.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. So, Mr. Warfield, do you have anything else to say?
Thank you to your deputy city attorney. Appreciate that. All I want to say is that if I walk into a place and it's unsafe, that's radically different from approaching or becoming or on the verge of or not quite almost any of those qualifiers, it's radically different. It's the difference between safe and unsafe. That seems to me. What I don't understand here is, as the previous speaker said, where did this change come from? Did they misquote it the first time or not? And in any case, I think that basically a fraud is being done if a person requests a report. Even if it misquoted something or was factually wrong, let them put a memo on it saying, this is what the real facts are. We made a mistake, whatever it is. But to give a fraudulent report, which has been doctored, is very serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Okay. Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the motion, please?
On the motion, find additional violation of 67.34, Member Rummold.
No.
Rummold, no. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Hepner, absent. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
No.
Hinsey, no. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
No.
Washburn, no. The motion fails. I believe the next would be a motion to adopt the order of determination as amended, if someone would like to consider that motion.
Member Rummel, do you want to make the motion, or I'm happy to make it?
Member Rummold has
I
made
would
the
like
motion.
to make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right.
Let's be clear, it's to adopt the OD as we've made a couple of amendments. And I think I had one other to add on pages 3 and 4, where it refers to the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code. I think that's actually the correct term. It's the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, and it's not Article 4.123, it's Section 4.123, so I would make those changes throughout. If I haven't made it clear, though, I'm supportive of the language, and I really appreciate the work that you put into this.
Is there any public comment on the motion?
Peter Warfield. I am very troubled by wording changes when First of all, I want to appreciate taking time and effort to word something with care. It's certainly something that I would have liked in a number of cases to have an opportunity to contribute or to discuss with the person writing the order of determination, and especially when, for example, the order of determination from last month's hearing, which I'm still waiting for, is going to take a lot longer than the 5 days required by law. Mr. Denton sent you on Tuesday, November 24th, a memo requesting some changes. And it's my understanding that you provide material in the agenda packet, and I did not see it in the agenda packet. You will put into the agenda packet, I understand, if you get it 1 week prior to the meeting. And this was a day early. He was sending this a week and a day before this hearing. And yet when I came in, there was nothing out here on the table. When I came back from someplace that I had to go, there was suddenly this multi-page memo from Mr. Denton. So I don't think it's fair to have nothing about what he wants in the agenda packet, where you and the public could have studied it with care in advance of this meeting. And where I and anybody who might have been here would only have found it, presumably, not even at the beginning of the meeting, even though it's a week and a day old. So I think if you don't take the wording that Mr. Denton has requested, then you should give the proper notice and the proper contents to the public and yourselves for consideration as far as what those folks might want to argue is the right thing or the wrong thing. With respect to substance mentioned, I don't think that would otherwise being replaced by might changes this at all or makes it more likely that it might be considered later or any time for the Ethics Commission. We do not believe this complaint raises the type of bad faith that might warrant a referral. You're in either case saying this does not raise bad faith issues. So I don't see the difference in the wording. If you want to leave open an Ethics Commission referral, you've got to change it more than what you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Members of the Task Force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I agree with Mr. Warfield. Having a hearing, which is a public hearing, and not including all of the applicable documents is unfair to the public. I mean, you look at the requirement in the agenda, it basically says that it has to be clear enough that a person of normal intelligence will understand what's being covered and whether or not their interests are affected. Well, if you don't include the documents that are properly submitted, which are part of the complaint and the resolution of that complaint, then you're putting the public at a disadvantage. Because I frequently review the agenda and then look at the packet if there are any items on the agenda for the task force that I feel are something I would be interested in. And if I then find out subsequently that I decided not to attend, and then someone says, oh, well, here were some other documents, I may completely change my mind. I think it is unreasonable and unprofessional when documents that are submitted within the proper time frame are left out and then basically not put out except on the table. You know, how are people even supposed to know that, oh, gee, I need to keep, during this entire meeting, going over and checking the table because some document that is involved in one of these cases might suddenly appear. I need to have, just as you need to have, all of the documents and not at the last minute. That was what you found David Chu in violation with the whatever that garden, the big project was. Park Merced was the fact that they came in at the last minute and dumped a document in there and didn't give anybody in the public a chance to really consider that. And again, as Mr. Warfield said, this document was not there. It was part of this, and I believe this is Mr. Denton's complaint, and so apparently, anything that he puts in is something that, if it meets the time frame, should be there. I don't really see any excuse for not doing that, and we're going to run into a next one in the next complaint where there's an item in there that just appeared on the table, and there's absolutely nothing in the folder and nothing on the website.
Is there any additional public comment on the motion? Mr. Young, would you call the roll?
On the motion, Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Hepner, absent. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
I just wanted to say that there was some editing proposed and also the suggestion that this be CC'd to the Ethics Commission and to
The Controller's Office.
the Controller's Office.
I will make those edits and provide it to the chair for final review before transmitting.
Okay.
And Jerry, if you want to go over it, if you find anything else. You did a fine job already. Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'd like to say that we recess for 15 minutes. That would be okay. So we'll convene again at 7:10. The December 2nd, 2015 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is called back into order at 7:15. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 9, file number
Actually,
1515.
One sec. I just wanted to confirm, we just talked off the record on item 5 that there's no referral?
Right, no.
Okay.
I
And-
indicated that there was no referral and that the Ethics Commission and Controller's Office would be CC'd. Yeah.
And one other item, on item 7 that we dealt with earlier, I think I was not as precise as I should have been in the motion. I said 67.21 and 67.25. I think that should have been 67.25A because it was a timeliness issue on the IDR. So I think if we can just correct that without objection.
We would need to rescind the previous vote and re-vote on that
Or can we do that with,
in one motion, I believe so.
okay, is there a motion to rescind the previous motion
On
and,
file number 15120, to rescind the vote regarding the finding of violation of 67.25 and to find a violation of 65.25.
67.25A. It's just to
25A.
clarify.
To clarify that it's 67.25A.
So moved.
Second.
is there any public comment on the new motion?
Peter Warfield, okay.
Thank you, sir.
For the record, that's the shortest public comment ever.
Okay. All right. Without objection? All right, now, next item on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Item number 9, file number 15153, hearing review of vexatious use of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section, Sunshine Ordinance Chapter 67 to consider solutions to prevent abuses of the Sunshine Ordinance. I believe this came about pursuant to one of our previous cases.
What page is that on in our packet? I couldn't find it. Oh, it's not.
There are no items in the packet for it. I believe this came about based on some of our previous discussions on hearings regarding Mr. Alvin Johnson. At the time when we tabled all of his files, we stated that we would like to have a hearing to consider possible solutions in dealing with vexatious public requesters. And I believe there was a letter from Mr. Pelpel regarding application of the rule of reason.
All right, Mr. Pilpel, would you like to summarize the document that you circulated?
Yeah, so I worked on this a few weeks ago, and unfortunately I brought it in Wednesday afternoon, and the packet had already gone to bed, so it's not in the packet, but I believe it's before everyone, and there are copies on the table. I just attempted to start thinking through a proposed policy that I thought we could adopt. I would suggest not tonight, but following public input and comments from departments and anyone else interested, that we could consider something like this. I think it would be good for us to have a policy statement on what we think makes sense, at least for the rule of reason. I have no problem changing this or adding stuff about vexatious requesters. I had some difficulty in my head kind of defining a vexatious requester. I mean, there is a concept in laws I understand about a vexatious litigant, and there are ways that someone gets so designated, and then they have to have, approval of the court before they can make additional filings. And I suspect that the lawyers among us can educate us about that. But I thought that the idea of a vexatious records requester was somewhat different from the idea of a vexatious litigant because their intentions may be different. Someone who's, for lack of a better term, a regular or serial records requester might actually be interested in the underlying records, or they might be interested in harassing the department or other nefarious purposes. And I wasn't able to get it as far in my thinking as I wanted about the nature of their intent and if it's possible for someone to divine someone's intent. And I think that that to a great degree goes to the question of applying the rule of reason and whether someone is being vexatious in their pursuit of records or, for that matter, complaints. But as related to records, I thought this was just a start. And I was trying to give a little more language to some of the ideas that we've talked about, some of the things that are in the government guide, whether we agree with all of it or not, but the idea of sort of balancing records requests from an individual or several individuals with the need to do all the other things that departments do. And I think they both need to happen. And so I was trying to reflect some of that thinking. I'm probably talking too much, so we should hear from others.
I wanted to say that I really appreciate your efforts here, and this is a good place to start. And you raise two concerns that I have about definitions. And I've raised this before, I think it was in an email, but about, no, I've talked about it here, the rule of reason. When I first heard that term, I mean, there's a common sense understanding of it. And I did a quick and dirty Google search, and it seemed to apply to trust cases, and that's not the case here. But I've heard now a couple of city departments use this terminology. So I see, Member Pilpel, where you say that this rule of reason is a common law doctrine, and I think we need to have some understanding of that. And then as far as a vexatious requester, again, how do you make that determination? It seems very, I think the case of Mr. Johnson is, any reasonable person would say, his requests are overly burdensome of the city departments, of us, and how would you apply that to other folks coming along? So those are just those definitional things that Member Pilpel himself raised are critical to start thinking about policies and guidelines to adopt or disseminate, or so. Again, I'm talking off the top of my head, and I invite other people to talk off the top of their head for a few minutes at any rate. Member Wolf.
So, first off, I'm curious what our abilities to implement policy restricting records requests even is in the first place. Secondly, in reviewing this, well, I understand where it's coming from, and there is a need to balance the daily operations of a government entity against the need of the overburdensome public records requests. We have no objective determination here. We've empowered the respondent to make these determinations, and then we would essentially potentially be hearing cases of whether or not these are vexatious requesters, and I don't know whether we're really in a very good position to be making those determinations. Even if we do move forward with this, in order to ensure the transparency of this, I think it's necessary to also implement a notification that someone has been deemed such a thing so that they could appeal it to us. Presumably, we would be the appeal entity on that. If there is no appeal process, then we're basically highly, it stands to have the people's rights usurped by this rule of reason that may not actually be reasonable in all cases. For instance, we've heard earlier today about, I'm sorry, his name is slipping from my head.
Mr. Petrellis?
Yes, Mr. Petrellis and his, what he's been doing. I imagine that there are many people in the city who would consider his near constant requests to be over excessive, but I think you can also look to his website to see that he's making good use of the information that he's garnering. And, perhaps the solution to this isn't to cap down on people that are making excessive requests, but to push for the entire system to be made online so that these requests become not necessary, and put the burden over on that side.
Yes.
So I wasn't going to bring this, but since you opened that door, so I'm going to walk through it. I agree with you on the fact that, yeah, and I agree with Mr. Petrellis that, in a way, it is good to kind of push some of these departments to put things that are online so that the public can just pull it, on demand. If I want to know when the next meeting for something is, I just go and I look and, when's the next meeting? I want to find out where any of the commission meetings are, and I think calendars should be that. The thing that I have an issue about is, the whole purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance was to give people with no voice, people that have no voice or no way of getting information that they really need for something that is either harming them or some information they're entitled to. And yes, it puts the burden on the city workers and on other people, but, we made a decision in '99 that we're going to do that. And that's so that, the complainants can get information they want. When I see that it gets kind of tweaked and twisted when somebody's just doing information requests for the sole purpose of showing how long it takes to get information requests from 11 different supervisors, then advertises it on their blogs, and I see that it's taking each legislative aide 6, 8, 9, however many hours, I think, wow, multiply all those hours for each one and think of the disservice they're doing to the other people who are sitting in this room that came here for real, valid, means and information that affected them personally. So I don't think the Sunshine Ordinance was put out there just so somebody could do an experiment on how long it would take, for a supervisor to give up 10,000 emails where somebody has to literally, some poor intern has to go through every single line to make sure that it doesn't say, I'm a victim of domestic violence, my name is such and such. That all has to be redacted. So that's where I am on this, that there's got to be some way. I mean, I'm not saying that we're the arbiter of that, but there's where I am. Yes, it's like anything else. It does some good things, but when it goes to the extreme, I don't think that as we call them, the forefathers that wrote the Constitution of the Sunshine Ordinance intended it to be used in this way. That was a very vociferous response, but that's where I am on this. So I think we need to look at that.
Other members? Member Wolf?
I'm just curious if anyone has any response to my legal question about whether or not we have the authority to do this. Because if we don't, then we can not necessarily continue the conversation.
If I may.
Member Pilpel?
I believe we do have the authority to give guidance to departments. I can quote you the specific section of 67.30C. The task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors and provide information to other city departments on appropriate ways in which to implement this chapter. So that's sort of the general, we can give guidance on how we think, the world should be. Departments are free to ignore that advice, just as they're free to ignore the Good Government Guide, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, ultimately, when a complaint comes before us, we can hear it on the merits. But the idea is that we don't just hear complaints, but we're supposed to be proactive and help people figure this stuff out. And again, if I got it wrong here, or if there are other things that we should countenance, I'm not particularly wedded to this language, just that we should have something, I think, because we've seen various situations that are difficult, and if we can learn from difficult situations and put some guidance out there, I think that helps everybody. I was not trying to write this in either a pro or anti any particular complainant or any particular situation, but to sort of bring into mind all the things that we've seen recently. I'm not opposed to having a notice provision and saying that if someone wants to challenge that, they can bring it here by way of a complaint on a subsequent records request. That seems reasonable. One of the things that we did a few years ago and we have not done in a long time is a survey of city departments and say, and we use this in the context of the amendments process. What are the things that you like about the ordinance? What are the difficulties that you have? How many records requests do you normally get? How quickly do you respond to them? We could do, a survey again. We could do a periodic survey and say, all right, this is our annual survey due at the end of March or whatever. We'd love to know how many requests you get and how long it takes you to get through them, and what are the things that we have not heard by way of a complaint that are interesting. I don't know. I mean, there are things that we could learn from departments about their experience so that we're not just getting the negative stuff. And finally, to the extent that there are resource issues here, and there are, I mean, this question of how burdensome a request is really goes to how much staffing, time, money, people, departments have to deal with sunshine. If there are more resources needed, we should make that clear and say the city needs to have more time and attention to this because it's important. It's important to the citizens. It's important to us. It's important to everybody. So,
I want to hear from Member Eldon, and then I'm wondering if is there someone here from the Department of Human Resources? Oh, okay. So I have a note here that you are going to attend, and you submitted some supporting documents. So first, Member Eldon, then somebody from Human Resources. We want to hear the members of the public as well. DCA 3?
Loudspeaker.
Okay.
Through the chair, whenever it's appropriate, some members have asked questions about what is legally possible, and I'm happy to speak on that whenever it's the appropriate time.
Go ahead.
So why don't you go ahead right now, and then Member Eldon? Okay. Or
You may preclude anything I have to say.
Through the chair to members of the task force, I think it makes sense to separate my response into two different areas because the rule of reason is a rule in Public Records Act cases that has been recognized several times by the courts. It's a part of the case law interpreting the statute. So it is something that is authorized under the Public Record Act. What is also clear is at least there's no precedent here because it's not gone up and been ruled on by the Court of Appeals, but there was a case that was in the San Francisco Superior Court where the issue was posed to the court about whether the rule of reason applies to the Sunshine Ordinance. The trial court decided in its order that the rule of reason did apply. There was a writ of mandate taken to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal summarily denied the writ of mandate, which implies at least something about the merits, but is not a precedent that can be cited by anyone who wants to argue this in a later case. So, and the basis for the rule of reason is it started with a case where someone wanted to come in, I think it was to the voter...
County assessor.
The county assessor, and wanted to look through quite a number of documents which would have required that a staff member be present for the entirety of that. And the court ruled that the request was not reasonable if it would require that the office could not perform its other official duties, so that there had to be some balancing required. There also was a subsequent case where someone requested copies of all the codes and the supplements and things that were used by the office, which were readily available from public sources. And the court applied the rule of reason to say that a public records requester had to provide a description of identifiable public records that it was requesting rather than some entire category of all the records that you might have. So that's two places where it was applied to condition the language of the Public Records Act. And the rule of reason, the rationale for the rule of reason has been applied by departments in the city in responding to these, to some request in various ways. There was a case that came before the task force where the district attorney applied the rule of reason to a quite extensive request and was providing those records on a rolling basis based on the rule of reason. And the response was taking many months, but the request was for volumes of documents. So, there's various ways that it can be applied, but, it's, I guess you could say it's a common sense rule that if the full response to the request would take prevent the office from performing its normal duties, then it can be tempered and in certain ways. And I am unaware of any case where there's been a application of the rule of reason that's been upheld that says you don't have to provide the records at all. As long as they're identifiable public records, even if it's a large volume of them, you just have to, you have some discretion to provide them in a way that allows you to still perform your other functions of the office. So that's the rule of reason, and it's being applied by departments currently. It's in the law. So the question for the task force is whether they would like to give guidance on how departments apply that rule of reason that's already there. It's a different question, however, when we talk about the concept of vexatious complainants or requesters. My understanding of this item was that it was for the concept of vexatious complainants, and that would be people who bring complaints to the task force after they've made these requests and they're not satisfied with how it's been responded to. Even in that area, I think a concept like this or a process like this would require a great deal of thought and caution. The area where this concept is employed in litigation, there are two sets of statutes involved. There's the statute that someone is suing another person under, and that provides their right to file the suit. And then there's the vexatious litigation statute. So there's two statutes, one which tempers another, and so there's statutory authority to put certain hoops in front of litigants who've been designated vexatious. And because they still have the right to go to the court and petition the court to file their complaints despite being declared vexatious, they still have their due process according to the courts. But in this situation, what you have is the Public Records Act, the Brown Act, the Sunshine Ordinance, all of which provide the right of the complainant, and you don't have an equivalent ordinance or statute that tempers that right. So ordinarily in a situation like that, you would say, well, here's their due process. It's being provided by the statutes they're complaining under. And if there's not separate statutory authority that allows you to temper that, then you have a real significant risk that if you attempt to do that, you will be violating their due process. So that's my concerns around it. And I think that concern is even stronger if you're talking about departments having the discretion to respond to requesters by designating them vexatious in their own discretion.
Oh, wait, could you repeat that last part?
So we were, there's two ways of looking at this. Member Pilpel mentioned the concept of vexatious requester. There's also the concept of vexation complainant. So that would be someone bringing a complaint to the task force based on their dissatisfaction with how their request was responded to. But if it's a vexatious requester, then you would be placing a department in the position of saying, well, this person requests things constantly and of a large volume, therefore we will designate them under this process as vexatious and put barriers in front of responding to them. I think that has a higher risk of, because of the discretion that's in, with the department to make that call, it has a higher risk of violating the due process of the complainant or the requester.
But they could, rather than label this person as a vexatious requester, they could invoke the rule of reason, saying,
And departments currently do that.
Right. That's their recourse. If they go the other route, there could.
And the
get
risk
into
they run
trouble.
in invoking the rule of reason and either delaying or refusing to respond is that someone will employ the process that's there to complain about that response being inadequate under the ordinance or the Public Records Act, and have a finding against them that they haven't complied.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Member Eldon.
Thanks. Member Pilpil, I definitely appreciate my short time here, what you're trying to solve with this. And my concern is the same as Member Wolf's, which is that there aren't very clear standards and there's lots of ways to interpret it. And it seems to me like there's lots of ways it could be abused. One of the solutions to the issue of what becomes open when that I think the city has actually done a great job of and is simply trying to publish everything as data files on the SF data site and trying to make it more accessible to the public automatically. San Francisco is currently the third most open city in the country in terms of data, according to a census by Code for America, the Sunlight Foundation, and Open Knowledge Foundation. And I've talked to the chief data officer and some other people involved with that effort, and there are a lot of technical issues for getting different departments to even be able to publish their data, but some departments are just not interested in cooperating and use things like technical issues as excuses to not be more open. My personal feeling is that that direction will be a lot more productive in the long term than trying to create open-ended rules that can be interpreted for frequent flyers or people who we feel are vexatious. And I'm not ready to propose anything, and I don't, there's lots of other things to discuss, but my feeling is that a lot of the stuff we're seeing here right now that the committee reviews is really, my question every single time pretty much is, why isn't this already publicly available? Why are they talking to us? Why can't they just go onto a website and access this information? And my personal feeling is the solution here is to try to come up with some policies that push the entire city government to make as much of their information open by default. And if they don't want it to be open, it can be on them to explain why it's not. And I realize that's a huge project that will take many, many years, maybe, given real technical issues, people, using Windows 5 still, I'm sure, and all of these other, archaic systems from like 15 or 20 years ago. But I really think like a lot of the stuff that comes up here, like it should be solved with, just putting the information online and everyone can get what they want. And if there's any, that would allow us to focus much more specifically on the edge cases around people wanting to withhold information or whatever. So I don't know. I'm concerned about making more rules that allow more ambiguity about what should be done instead of enforcing standards for the entire city.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I've been on the task force for about 7.5 years, and I've seen huge changes in what the city's able to do technologically, but it's been very slow. Getting an index of records out of all the departments, it still hasn't happened to my knowledge. Just some basic accounting of this is what we have in a language that's accessible to people. And all the websites looks fairly different from each other. That's frustrating. You learn how DBI works, and you get familiar with that, and you go to a different website, and it's completely different. So we have a ways to go. But Member Wolf, and then I want to please invite Ms. Gard from Department of Human Resources, who's been sitting back there for a long time. So, Member Wolf, quickly.
So everything that we've done during my time on the task force has been about ensuring that everyone has equal opportunity to access government documentation. As our city attorney representative stated, the rule of reason is already something that the various departments can use as a defense against not having turned things over, a defense against a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. I don't see any compelling reason why the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force should put itself in the position of empowering the government agencies to deny records to certain individuals, whether they be vexatious or not. It seems to go against the sort of operant role that we have established for ourselves.
Thank you. And yes, we have a history, and it's our mission to support the public. I mean, that's what we're all about in having an open government. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Washburn and every other task force member. I'm Susan Gard. I'm the policy chief at the Human Resources Department. And Member Pilpel, again, thank you for creating something that we can work from and allows us to have a conversation about this important issue. And I really want to start out by saying that most of the people who come to us with requests for records genuinely are looking for a record that we can provide. Whether there's a reason for it or not is not relevant, but we do see that most of them, have a reason for requesting it. They do something that's of value with the records they request from us. And, I certainly, and I know I speak on behalf of my department in supporting open government, and we definitely believe that the citizens of San Francisco and the taxpayers have a right to know what we're doing and what we're doing with their money. And so just to put that on the table, we have applied the rule of reason in the case of Mr. Johnson, and we have been very supported by the task force and appreciate that. The problem is that there is no end to the requests, and so that's part of the challenge. And maybe that's okay, and we continue to plug away in the way that we have. There is the ability to continue filing Sunshine Ordinance Task Force complaints, and then the department will continue to come for appeals, in this case, to which the appellant never appears. And so there is the challenge associated with that, and I would really support if we wanted to think about ways that we could address that issue specifically. Is there a point at which we can stop? I'd be interested in trying to suss out some of the details of that, and would be happy to work on that. I do also want to say that one of the challenges for us is that we did use the Good Government Guide, and we did consult with our city attorney's office, but we also really had no concept of what would be acceptable to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in terms of when is this unreasonable. And so I established a template, and we provided hundreds and hundreds of pages of documentation to the task force, and I've been happy to share that template with other departments who experience the same lack of information about how to go about implementing a rule of reason or invoking a rule of reason. But I think it would be helpful. I came before the task force a couple of times and said, we really would benefit from some guidance from the task force on this issue. And so I'm not saying, you should create a template that people can use to invoke a rule of reason, but maybe there would be some standards that would be helpful so that departments know, hey, this is what the task force thinks of as reasonable, and if I want to invoke a rule of reason, I know that I have to at least meet this level of information. So those are my thoughts on the issue. I'd be happy to answer, and if anyone has questions, then I'd be happy to answer those.
Member Eldon?
One of the striking things about Alvin Johnson's request is that he's essentially asking for large Excel files in many cases, and it's, to me, like, it seems like you guys could just try to solve that problem by making it all open by default, letting him download it at the end.
Yes, it would seem like that would be
No,
a
I
very
realize
easy
it's
and great
very hard,
solution.
but like, I'm not saying that's possible to do tomorrow or even a year from now.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than like trying to organize all of these pretty ambiguous laws or codes or whatever that around how this works, I would personally like to hear like, this is our plan. We're not going to be able to like give this type of solve this type of problem immediately, but this is what we're working toward eventually. And in the meantime, we're doing these other steps. So what is your plan for making the type of information that he's asking for more available to the public? Why does it require a request from the public in order to access?
Well, thank you for asking that. And part of the challenge with Mr. Johnson is that what he's asking for aren't technically records. He's asking for compilations of different things that don't come from necessarily one data set. So within Human Resources, we do have a human capital management system. We use PeopleSoft. So there are ways for us to pull data from the PeopleSoft system, and we could create certain reports and post them online. We actually do that. In fact, some of the things he's asked us for over the years are demographic data. So we do pull data and we create a report, and every year we update that report to the Civil Service Commission, and it's posted on our website, but it's never enough, right? And so the other challenge for us in terms of HR records is that some things are confidential, and then there's also privacy rights that people have. So there are some things that we wouldn't be able to release only in the aggregate. So, for example, we are not going to give out demographic data that is in such a small number that it would allow someone to identify a person by their race or their gender, right? So there are some privacy concerns around some of that stuff.
Those are software problems, essentially. And PeopleSoft is not widely considered to be good software. So
it's a city's system of record, so it is what it is.
You guys have you paid the vendor Oracle, and you've gone through all of that. But it seems to me like you could solve a lot of compilations of different reports together, like that stuff. Now I want to see those reports too. It sounds super interesting, right? Mm-hmm. I think like it would probably be good press for you guys to be putting those kind of reports out there more often. It just seems like what the issues are like, it sounds like temporary software issues related to using Oracle software.
Well, let me make
and when it comes to redacting private information, you could that's a script that essentially cuts out that information, and it's a law that you can't publish it. And I don't think that kind of request would ever make it to the Sunshine.
Member Eldon, you assume that we have that we are hiring the top-notch tech talent in the city who can write those software programs because we have competitive salaries and benefit packets and culture that top tech talent finds appealing.
And ping pong and foosball and free lunch.
This is not like
you buy expensive software.
Yeah, no, let me say I'm all about it, right? So I agree with you, and I'm not trying to say that that's not something we should do. I'm saying that I would love for you to come down to DHR, and we could look at some of what we're working with, and if you have suggestions that would be helpful in terms of how or what software would be useful to make things more public, I certainly would welcome that input. And so the other thing I just want to add to that, you asked about a plan, and I made a joke about IT hiring, but it actually is something that we're working on very intensely right now. It's an area that we have a big challenge with in the city, is getting that top tech talent on board because of the competitive market. But we are really working on that, and part of what we want to do is, we still have even paper personnel files, even though we have an HCM system, and that's our system of record. If you want to know something about a person, really, you need to go to their paper personnel file. So in cooperation with the civil service system, we and departments are looking at how can we create an enterprise system that would allow us to put those records online. And so it's something that we take seriously and that we do want to be in the 21st century, at least by the 22nd century. So, I don't take it lightly when you make those statements.
Every large organization organization has the same issues today.
Right, absolutely.
Especially ones that have, have a lot of rules and practices they have to follow already. So I understand it's a very serious issue. I think my general belief is that it's safer in terms of what the goals of this task force are to tough out problems that are related to technology that needs upgrading versus creating more rules around these other areas. And in terms of solutions, I'm not actually an expert on that area. I just am familiar enough to know that this stuff is out there. But there's a variety of open source software programs and other software vendors besides Oracle and PeopleSoft that I believe offer these kind of things. And I don't know the guts of how you guys make decisions on what to use and when you do upgrades and when you switch vendors and all of those sorts of things. But I'm sure there are a lot of people in San Francisco who would be interested in helping you with that. And I think Code for America San Francisco itself would probably be a good place to start.
Yeah, we actually work very closely with the Mayor's Office of Civic Innovation, and my City Hall fellow is at a hackathon tonight talking with engineers about ways that we can work closely with them. So this is something that is really important to us, and we agree it is a long-term solution. So in the meantime, we still have to deal with the requests on a daily basis. So while I agree that more open data and more open records is the long-term solution, in the meantime, we still have to work and continue to operate. And so, just going back to, maybe, and Member Pilpel's draft doesn't talk about vexatious requesters. And so I think it really is about providing guidance on the invocation of the rule of reason and when it's appropriate. And, if we were to even approach the subject of a vexatious requester, I think that in my mind that would be something that the department would ask the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force about, not that the department would declare someone that way. So, the courts go through a certain process, and if we were going to go down that road, I think, the special sauce is in all the details, and so that would be something that would be really important to work out. And your city attorney has rightly identified that there are, a lot of risks along that road, and so I would just like to again say we very much support the task force idea about providing some guidance, and I would personally be happy to help on any writing or research that might need to be done around that. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, really quickly, and then I'd like to hear from
just
public.
sort of reflecting on what we just heard on the special sauce and all that. I have no problem if people want to work on this draft or work on their own, and I think Susan can get a copy of it and provide input. In my mind, I guess I just didn't quite get to the vexatious part of it, because I don't really think that you get to vexatious unless you get through rule of reason. I can't see someone just coming out of the blue and somehow getting declared a vexatious requester without a department having previously invoked the rule of reason so as to slow things down. For me, it's really not about not saying. It's really not about saying we're not going to respond at all. It's about slowing down the deadline. So if someone makes one request for a copy of an agenda for a meeting yesterday, they ought to be able to get that pretty quickly. If someone makes 100 different requests for complicated stuff, half of which is in storage and some of which requires that's going to take a little while. And as long as they're patient and as long as there's tracking and systems in place, hopefully with the right resources, they will get those documents eventually, but it's not going to be within 24 hours, and it's not going to be within 2 weeks for 100 different complicated requests. And so the extent to which we provide some guidance that sort of suggests that quick, important things should be done sooner, and complicated things, to the extent that they already have stuff in the pipeline, may take longer, and you should tell people that it will take longer so as to manage their expectations, I think is good. So because I heard a comment earlier that maybe we were suggesting not responding. That's not my suggestion at all.
Okay. I'd like to hear from members of the public.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, I hope that the attorney will say to you that you need to give the public the same amount of time as the previous speaker. How come a department gets to fly first class with no timer and lots of opportunity for chit-chat back and forth? Do I get the same privilege?
Through the chair to the task force, the previous speaker was a member of the public as it relates to this body, so you should provide similar amounts, equal amounts of time to everyone. In regard to the questioning back and forth by the task force, that questioning is up to you. The responses to your question are not necessarily the public comment of the speaker, just as if you ask questions of Mr. Warfield, they will not count against his time. I'm not sure what to do about the time because there was not a timer on.
Right, and I apologize. I was looking at this item not as a hearing, but as a discussion. So I'm happy to allow members of the public to speak for as long as they would like, taking note of the time, and if this is a discussion, so in that spirit, if you understand.
Thank you very much to the Deputy City Attorney and the Chair. This topic is shocking. I have for you a brief email which I sent to every member of the task force and asked that it be distributed, and I would like the members to get it because your administrator seems to think that nobody needs to get anything that you are sent until it's dumped into the administrator's report monthly. You are being blockaded on communications, so I'd like to give this out to each member. This is a very, very sad discussion. It's pretty shocking. First of all, you have nothing in the agenda packet as to materials, and then not even at the beginning of the meeting, we see a memo from Member Pilpel that's dated November 25th, which, as I understand it, is 1 week prior to the meeting, and therefore, since the agenda does not go out until Friday afternoon, there was no reason why this could not and should not have been included. Otherwise, there was no way for the public to know what in the world are you talking about, what problem, what issue, what potential action. So I think you should, first of all, strongly consider voting not to consider this crap anymore. Now, there's nothing in the task force mandate, and there's nothing in the law, in the Sunshine Ordinance, that says you are to give advice about how to limit public access. As the chair rightly said, the purpose here is to enable public access and not to blockade it or to empower, as Member Wolf said, the departments from responding. Any department that you provide with excuses is going to use them. They already use them without your encouragement. At a recent meeting, thank you for refreshing my memory, Mr. Young, 11 hours, non-consecutive hours, were claimed as the time that it took one of the supervisor's aides, or multiple aides, just to get the calendar. And you routinely hear rubbish from departments about how terribly imposed upon they are. Of course, they don't want to give information, especially if it's embarrassing, if it's anything that might not be beating the tom-toms for them. We heard Mr. Pilpel say, we've had occasional city department surveys and we should do it again. Hello? How about a survey of me? How about a survey of the public? How about a survey of your complainants? I've been asking for that on and off for years. Why aren't you asking the public how is the Sunshine Ordinance working for them? What about the vexatious violators? What about the repeat violators? What are you doing about them? You should be doing something about those people. This is totally blame the victim. It's toxic to open government and to the mandate that the voters who created this body set for you. Without having had a chance to study in detail this toxic document, let's look at the agenda. Vexatious use of the administrative code, preventing abuse of the Sunshine Ordinance, applying vexatious public record requesters. This is all about bludgeoning the public. Where is the public guilty of what? And who are you to set the standards? You've already heard from your city attorney. Departments are using attempts to limit access. Are you talking about, quote, vexatious complainants coming to you? Are you talking about vexatious requesters of information? This toxic document is full of empowering city departments. In second paragraph, in certain cases, in those cases, city departments and the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force recognize. Well, when did the task force come up with that conclusion? Recognize that constraints may become necessary. This is all about city departments being enabled to declare people trying to get information as vexatious or finding some reason to restrict them or eliminate them. And that's, of course, what you're going to be doing with your complaint procedure, which is the next item up. The very department that wants to hide information, to conceal information, to withhold information, even illegally, is in this toxic document the one that decides whether my request or requests or anybody else's are vexatious. There's probably a lot that could be said, but you are precisely pursuing the wrong side. You should be looking towards what you can do for the public, particularly when they're being sandbagged repeatedly, as you know from the complaints, many of which you find, which you support. What can you do about those?
Member Eldon, you have a question for Mr. Warfield?
I do. Do you acknowledge any sort of issues with the current process in terms of the type of problem that Member Pilpel was trying to address with this? Do you think there's anyone out there, including Alvin Johnson, who is gumming up, I'm not sure what the right way to say it is, do you just think there's any issue here whatsoever?
It's not at all clear to me what problem this agenda item addresses, nor what problem Mr. Pilpel is addressing. If you have found that departments are at some point limited in a reasonable way, I mean, there is a requirement to make a request for a reasonably identifiable record. And you yourself have given examples of how departments could be completely without any effort if they would be more open about posting their materials. I'm not saying that there might never be any case where you or other people might think things get out of hand, but in 20 years, more than 20 years that the Sunshine Task Force has been in operation, as far as I know, that has not come up. Not here in this way.
So since Alvin Johnson's situation is now the case study for this, you think he is doing everything appropriately and there's no issues caused by his approach?
I have not studied Mr. Johnson because there was nothing on this agenda that suggested that one case was at issue.
You're generally aware of it. You come to these meetings. You've heard it discussed before, presumably.
I only know that he's thought to make a lot of information requests.
Okay.
And as far as somebody using it usefully or not, remember, the department is not supposed to ask why somebody is making requests. And the attribution of bad faith, I think, is very problematic. Certainly, how about attributing bad faith to departments who repeatedly don't provide information? That's where I think your focus should be. If the departments want to invoke something, then let the complainant come here or make a lawsuit if they can afford it, and have you independently determine whether their use of exclusionary rules was appropriate. This proposal says the departments can decide. The very departments that don't want to release information get to make all the decisions about this. And when you take a law comparison, you presumably have a judge, an independent agent who is deciding whether a complaint from this person against that agency or person is appropriate. Here, the entire thing proposes that the departments can decide. Do you think, Member Eldon, that departments should decide under whatever circumstances that it's up to them to decide that they're not going to deal with so-called vexatious complainants or requesters?
I'm going to defer to the lawyer on that one. My instinct is no.
I'm not saying that all complainants and all requesters are perfect, but I'm just saying that it's pretty shocking that you are going to be sitting here even to consider something that says the departments determine everything, and we should endorse that or empower that when your purpose is to help me and the public get records.
Well, but the reality is that the departments already are invoking this rule of reason, and I think the intent of Mr. Pilpel, Member Pilpel, was to provide guidance for the invocation of the rule of reason in a way that best enhances transparency and compliance with the ordinance. And I think interpreting this as some type of document that is going to, root out all requesters, I think is probably a little aggressive. And I also don't think and I think Member Pilpel prefaced his remarks about the thing by saying, I don't think we should adopt anything tonight or do anything tonight. So.
Well, I also think that don't you have a rules committee? I think you should have this taken up in committee, and I think that anything that you want to consider even should be in the agenda packet. I'm just winging it based on coming back after the break and finding this piece of paper here on the table. You may have one particular person in mind, but you full well know as an attorney. Let's look at, the FISA court? Turns out they're basically rubber stamping every request. As the young lady said, the details are in the secret sauce. You endorsing, branding people vexatious, as far as many departments go, every requester is vexatious. And that's the problem with what this looks like.
Madam Chair?
Member Pilpel.
Could we hear from others, and I'll have some comments later? I think we've given Mr. Warfield plenty of time tonight.
I'd certainly be glad to answer any questions, and thank you for having it as a dialogue.
Okay, you're welcome. I'd like to give other members. Former Member Wolf.
Thank you. So a couple of things. I would agree with at least Mr. Warfield's first statement around the caution of process. We heard an interchange between Member Fisher and the administrator that there were no documents, and then Member Pilpel revealed that there was one. One of the problems I have in general with the agenda, the fact you have a lot of items that are marked attachment, is that nothing's posted on the web, just the agenda with the listings of the items. There's no, none of the supporting documents or the attachments I can find on your website. It's just I just see.
Try Firefox, not Chrome.
Yeah.
I'm not used. No, I use.
You click through the item number. We'll show you.
You
It's all
click,
there.
yeah, and
Okay.
the item number, it'll.
Either way, if there is a problem with a specific browser, you should say it on there. But I have not, for many, almost years now, been able to download the entire since I left the task force and this process began. Been able to download the whole agenda. So I just want, if that's not the case, then maybe something, the way I'm using my computer system or something, somebody should show me, but I'm pretty good at it. So
The entire title is linked. If you click anywhere on the title, it will bring up a PDF of the packet.
Yeah.
But it's not clear. I
isn't-
agree with
it
you.
isn't
doesn't
clear.
look like a normal.
yeah, I would have to. It means I would really have to go on a treasure hunt to find it. I don't know. There are many different areas. I just go to the meetings, and you have the listing of all the agendas. Click on the agenda. I just get a PDF of the list of the items. I don't get any. I know about, like, the Board of Supervisors. Like, that works for me, no problem. But in this case, it doesn't.
This should work too.
Okay, it's not working the way I get it for the Board of Supervisors.
Browsers will work for the BOS and not us. I don't know why.
Yeah, and if there's a problem with Chrome,
Firefox
then you
works
should say so.
on a Mac.
That should be explicitly clear. Okay, so for this meeting, I wasn't able to find it, so I just wanted to express that and just bring it to your attention. One of the things is the task force jurisdiction is not how the city should spend its time or money. It's wholly about the transparency and of the information and the availability of the meetings. It's the meat of the ordinance. That's what you're here for. You're not here to try and tell the city how to do its business. You have a whole HR department to do that, okay? And they have a whole city attorney's office to help them figure out how to interpret the law. It's really not in your jurisdiction to do that. And I really appreciate DCA 3's explanation of all this, because it was really spot on. I really think that you really should not delve in these areas. Some of the things that Mr. Warfield said around who is a vexatious whatever, I think that also is very, very deep waters that we should be careful of. And Member Fisher's example of the Petrellis cases for doing tests on like a system, or how people provide documents or what have you, as being somewhat onerous, I think that would excite any investigative reporter seeking to expose, for good or for bad, how the taxpayer dollars are being used or how people's civil rights are working. So, I would encourage the journal. Half this task force are journalists. I mean, I don't think they would want to be restricted in any kind of way or be caused to be given violations because they're maybe testing the system and seeing if it really works or not, or maybe identifying something for the public's benefit. Computers and the internet, 20 years old, very, very robust. The city has made significant efforts to centralize all document management, which I learned about as a task force member, regularly attending the Committee on Technology, on Information Technology. Yet, whole agencies and departments still resist the technology change that would definitely help in exactly what Member Eldon continues to bring up. And all I have to say about that is Microsoft SharePoint. It's very easy to take a document, click a little checkbox, and make it either public or private. That's really what it's all about. And you just have to have somebody design it so that it goes up on a page in the appropriate way, which the custodian of records has a template for. We went through this when I was on the task force, that there was a whole template on what things are categorized. And some websites have it, most don't. If they all used the same template and framework, it would be very easy. Everybody would have a very familiar idea of how to navigate and where to find documents, even right now, just in general. Big files, okay? Master voter file. We're talking about how many records? Over 460,000 records in fields that go this wide, and maybe wider, on like 4-point type in a spreadsheet, okay? Downloadable. You can get it on a CD. The assessor's mapping data. How many lots of property are there in the city? And all the information, the metadata that goes with that. So this is not a hard thing to do. Big data, regular thing, been a regular thing for a long, long time. So that's not an argument for me. The rule of reason. There are already provisions regarding voluminous responses, okay, with extensions of time, and they can charge money for the service if it requires the creation of special or customized materials that don't already exist. It's already there. It's in the Sunshine Ordinance. There's no reason for the rule of reason because you already have those provisions there. And bringing possible policy to put restrictions on violations on the public or complainants, I just think that you just don't have the authority to do that or the jurisdiction. That is, you want to suggest law? That's in 6730. Advise the Board of Supervisors on ways to implement. Send them something to say, we want the Sunshine Ordinance to be changed. And they'll put it out to the voters to have it changed. That's your process for making it. This is not a policy body. You don't have the authority to create policy or even suggest it. And to me, this is about suggesting policy on how to implement the law. That's not your jurisdiction. Further, to make instruction or guidelines for city staff is also not in the task force jurisdiction. And I just don't think that your focus is not on city staff. Your focus is on, is the public getting their needs met and are their rights being violated or not? It's up to the respondent to tell you why they should or should not provide documents or to have or have not a meeting be public. And with regards to vexatious litigants, I'd remind the task force about the city's case against Mr. Chafee, where they tried to find him as a vexatious litigant in that way, and the court did not find him to be so, despite his number of requests and things that he was requesting for. That's all I have, so thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. First, I'd like to point out that the Chair Washburn's comment regarding the inventory of records. I have, and she can attest to this, I've come here numerous times and said, you know, the biggest complaint city departments have with compliance is the resources that it takes to do so, and the time and the energy. Well, as Eric, Mr. Eldon, and Mr. Wolf have said, basically, if they put these online, I would prefer to do that. I don't have to give them a request. I don't have to wait for a response. I can just go look at the record, and if I want a specific record, I can print a copy out. And as has been noted by others, there are some departments that do that already, and you will probably never see them here because everybody can get access to the records they want, and that's not a question. There are relational databases, and basically that is the problem I've also brought up several times in the fact that a lot of the data that is available, if the department wants a report, all they have to do is put in a query and put in the factors that they want to include and print out the report. And I've always been concerned about the fact that, well, I can claim to you that I don't have a document that responds to your request, but the reality is if I wanted to, in 5 minutes, I could produce that document. And unfortunately, the law says you don't have to produce the document, but unfortunately, that also means that I have an excuse where I can just not give you the information you want. One of the other things that Mr. Warfield mentioned was, you don't have to give a reason why. I mean, very honestly, I did not want, when I was investigating some things with the library, I did not want to tell them I'm looking for data about the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library to use that data to file a complaint with the FPPC that is going to find the city librarian in violation for lying under oath and saying that he wasn't getting money when he was getting $5,000 a year from a group. I mean, obviously, if it took 2 years to get the information, and then it took another year to file the complaint. So basically, if you have to give them a reason, that also gives them a heads up as to what you're looking for. And in many cases, that is the problem you have. You can't get the information because they know what you're looking for. The second thing is sometimes you have to engage in, another thing is you have to engage in a fishing expedition. It is bizarre, and I think most of you probably know it, if you go through the records that are available, sometimes they're called things you would never expect, or they're filed in places you would never expect them to be. And you have to sometimes go through and open a document and actually start reading it to go, oh, well, that's what I'm looking for. And the requirement in the ordinance is if I don't have a document and I'm a person who keeps public records, but I know who has, I'm supposed to advise you where you can go to get that. But I have yet to see anybody, best example is the library. I have yet to see anybody at the library make any effort whatsoever to direct me to another source for a document they say they don't have. And unfortunately, what I've also found out is I have made requests to the mayor's office and found out that they provided me documents that the library said they didn't have. And that's the subject of another complaint. California has the rule of reason. And basically, as the city attorney, Mr. Threed, has said, there is already a way for people to deal with the issue of what they want to call a vexatious requester. Very frankly, I think that if you put out a rule like this, it would be something that the library would love to use, both against Mr. Warfield and myself. We would be the first ones on their list, and not because there is any document, that they are going to have to spend a lot of time and energy giving us, but just because they don't like the fact that we in the past have gotten documents that reflected badly on them, and have also indicated that we're looking for documents that probably are going to make them look even worse. I guess the question here it comes down to how serious is the problem? I've so far tonight, I've heard one person mentioned, Mr. Johnson. And so what we're talking about is let's make up a rule that is going to cover everybody because of one person. Thank you. I mean, can any of you tell me any other people that you can name as vexatious or a constant, going after this or going after that? And the question is, are you trying to make a mountain out of a molehill? What's the purpose? I mean, they have the rule of reason. They have a way of dealing with these types of issues. They work. They're lawful. And do you really want to spend time and energy making restrictions on other people? And I think all of you are wise enough to know that there are certain, like it's been said, certain departments are very open about their documents. They post them on the website. If you want it, you can go look. If you want a copy, you print the copy. There are other departments, and I'll tell you one, especially is the police department. Police department won't give you jack. And then they will run you through 50 hoops to get anything, even a copy of one of their procedures or policies. And so, it really is a case-by-case basis. And this kind of an effort really does just offer the city another way of getting out of responding to requests. Just label somebody as vexatious, and that gives us a justification for delaying or whatever. And one thing I'd like to also mention is, in finishing, is that this is a very one-sided effort. This effort is to restrict the public, to protect the city. The city, as Mr. Wolf said, has plenty of lawyers. They have plenty of staff. Those people get paid huge salaries. I don't think they need to be protected from the public in any way. They have immense amounts of ways of dealing with what they, what you're looking at here is a vexatious complaint. They don't need help. The person that needs help is the individual citizen. And I heard somebody mention we'll go to court. Well, one of the reasons many of the people that come here is because they don't have the finances to go to court. Or they can't, and the court is not always open to a pro se approach where you go in and say, I'm going to defend myself or I'm going to present my own case. Because the judges, look at that and say, oh, God, this is a headache because I'm dealing with this person who doesn't know the law and is probably not going to have any idea how to actually deal with this. So the question is this at all necessary? Does it serve any real purpose? And I have yet in this entire conversation hear any purpose that it really would serve other than dealing with Mr. Johnston. Now, if you came in here and said there were 50 people or 100 people or 1,000 people, maybe it's a different story. But I'm hearing one person, and we're going to go through all this Durham and Strong, writing up a thing, and even your city attorney has said, kind of shaky area here on this vexatious thing, and, you already have the rule of law, so, is this really a problem? Or is this a solution looking for a problem?
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
I agree with everything Mr. Hart has said. And then Mr. Warfield has said, I'm just going to quote one more time from the Sunshine Ordinance. Public complaint procedure consistent with the language and spirit of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance to provide the most open government possible. That's City Administrative Code 67.1. All inferences and evidence shall be viewed in the light most favorable to the petitioner. So I do agree, and I'm very concerned with the kind of McCarthyite tone of the word vexatious. It sounds extremely anti-complainant. I am very concerned that you should be aware that, if you're not already, that people come here because they don't have the resources to get these documents any other way. They don't have the wherewithal to go to court, and they are up against huge bureaucracies that are very well supported and funded. So I wish you would not pursue this. I wish you would drop the matter. You've operated for all these years without using this kind of frankly illegal tactic to shut down public access to documents. And I don't think you need it now. You can deal with every complaint as you always have, one at a time. I appreciate the help you provided to me over the years, and I hope you're around to be providing it for many more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Members? Member Pilpal?
I'm a bit frustrated that...
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Kerr, sorry.
Thank you. The previous four speakers took the words out of my mouth. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Member Pilpel?
I'm a bit frustrated that we didn't time the initial speaker because we gave people a lot more time than we normally would have. I have just one question for Ms. Gard, if she's still in the back somewhere. Could you come forward, please? we've made a couple of references, or there have been a couple of references to Mr. Johnson. The department has invoked the rule of reason with regard to his requests for some time, I think back in February.
Yeah.
And he's still in that
Correct.
position? Okay.
Correct.
To your knowledge, is he the only person that the department has ever invoked the rule of reason for?
He is the only person we've ever invoked it for.
And you check back that predates your tenure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I believe there's only one other individual, and that was Chemo Crossman, for which the city invoked the rule of reason when he was somewhat bombarding the city attorney's office with a number of requests. That was some years back. I don't believe any other individual has been, that the city has used the rule of reason. There have been? Okay. Perhaps there have been a couple of others. I think they're limited, and I tried to make clear in my proposed language here that this is in rare and unusual circumstances that an individual may make repeated and increasingly demanding public records requests. I want to emphasize that the standard situation is when someone makes a request for something that's readily available or something that requires some research, and it's found and it's provided. These are rare and unusual circumstances, and I think it's better to deal with them either when there isn't something before us right now, or when we know what the results are if we don't deal with it. The circumstances that Mr. Johnson and others put the city in make it difficult to both respond to their requests and respond to the requests of others and do the other business of the city. And so I think it would be helpful for us to give guidance to the city in dealing with those circumstances, because I think we're the body that best understands that need to respond to public records requests and at the same time to allow the city to function. And I don't think those two are normally at odds. And when they are, I think having some guidance helps. And again, if I've gotten it wrong, I look forward to changes to this. I think this is a conversation or a discussion. I don't suggest that we adopt anything tonight, and I would ask people to spend some more time, put some words on paper, and let's see where we can go with this. I think having some guidance is better than not. Thank you.
Member Wolf, and then I'd like to wrap this up so we can move on.
So I've got a question for Member Pilpel, which is that I don't know what Chemo Crossman was doing that ended up with him finding himself in that place, but it's altogether possible for someone who's doing investigative journalism work to be continuing to dig, looking for what they think is a needle in a haystack, and they keep getting hay. And so you have to keep going back to the haystack, and you keep going back to the haystack. And that needle may be in that haystack, and at some point, particularly if this is in the lead up to an election, and you're like doing requests on the mayor's office or a supervisor's office, that they have every reason to seize on the idea that you are a vexatious requester, but what you're actually looking for has merit, you just haven't found it yet. And we're aware that this is one concept, but how, without requiring a requester to prove what they're looking for is worthy, which we can't do for numerous reasons, how do we distinguish between legitimate fishing expeditions and, someone just trying to waste the government's time?
My brief response to that, having filed multiple requests and having to do follow-ups with city departments to try to get what I'm looking for because either they obfuscate or delay or whatever, I've been through all of that. My simple answer is to ask the department to demonstrate the level of burden. And if they say, this will take us a half an hour, and if we say, isn't somebody around that can spend a half an hour and do this? Go do that. If they say, this will take us 40 hours at least, and we only have a guy available to do that one day a week, then arguably they've got more of a burden than the resource, and they should have more time to provide it. Not that they shouldn't provide it, but that it may take them more time. And so my answer is that it relates to the level of burden and resources available. And has nothing to do with who the requester is or what their intent is. It's about the effort required to respond to their request. That's how I would approach it.
Member Eldon.
I think what Josh is getting at that you didn't answer is that they can't just tell you, oh, well, this will take something like you didn't actually say like they have to show me what the burden is. You just said they just have to tell me what the burden is, and there's a huge difference, right? Versus showing versus telling.
Let them show. I don't have
How would
a
they
problem
even
with that.
like? What would like be meaningful to you there? Like, would they actually open up PeopleSoft or whatever and say we can't run these numbers because PeopleSoft is terrible? I'm sorry to beat up PeopleSoft, but that's the
you're
standard.
You're not working for Oracle, are you?
You know what? That's the standard way that people in Silicon Valley feel about it. I'm sure Salesforce is bad.
And by the way, the city is now spending millions on replacing its financial system. So if you think PeopleSoft is no good, wait till you see the new financial system. If a department either has to show or somehow demonstrate to a requester or to this task force that their burden is undue and that they, everything else is ground to a halt because they're just having to deal with this one person, whoever it is, fine, let them make that showing. And I think the burden is on the department to say that, we're ground to a halt here because of this situation.
Okay, I really
There are other
do.
approaches.
I really need to move on. And I see Mr. Warfield is anxious to speak, but
That was
one more
brief.
minute and then
It's
we're
fine.
stopping.
It's fine. I don't even need a minute. I don't like to hear Kimo Crossman's name invoked. He was a brilliant activist. He was, in fact, finding a lot of stuff the city didn't want. As far as I'm concerned, the city attempted essentially to smear him because he was getting close to stuff they didn't like. He was instrumental in revealing how Google and the mayor's office had connections over the Wi-Fiing, the wiring of the entire city, which they didn't want known. Matt Dorsey sent a letter claiming that he had shut down the entire city attorney's office, 220 attorneys, by his requests. It was preposterous. And when Kimo Crossman came back and said, show me the records, show me the time, the evidence, there was none.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to move on now. We've
Continue.
Can we
we've
continue
given,
this to the call of the chair?
We
without
can.
objection?
Yes, we can. I just wanted one last word. I think we should, when we talk about this in the future, talking about the rule of reason is one thing. Talking about vexatious requesters and complainants is something else altogether. Probably we should not go there. I
I will
don't.
work with the chair to revise the title.
Okay. Yes, please. I will. So no more vexatious anything. Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 10.
Actually, could we take item 12 out of order? Because there was an issue there that I wanted to get Jerry's input on, if we might.
Oh, are you going to be leaving at 9 o'clock? Okay. So item number 12.
Item number 12.
Thank you.
Administrative report, complaints, and communications. To briefly summarize, I have listed the hearing schedule for the upcoming meeting on December 15th and several other meetings. I believe that we will need additional members for the December 15th meeting. I think it would be prudent to request 2 replacements in the event that Member Hepner is unavailable. This would be December the 15th, which should be this would be the Compliance Amendments Committee, and they'll be hearing a majority of new complaints.
So right now, this committee has been Member Hepner, me, and Member Chopra, who never comes, and Member Hepner, me. So we're potentially down 2 members, so we need. And if you're interested and would like to permanently serve on this, that would be great.
I've been signed up for I've been doing the complaints committee for the last couple months.
Compliance and amendments?
Complaints.
Well, the compliance and amendments
I can't do more than
Can-
2 a month.
Well, no,
The
it's the
complaints
same, it's
committee,
the same
the-
thing, sort of.
Okay.
The Complaints Committee does not meet on a regular basis and does not have regular members.
Right. So sometimes complaints and amendments becomes complaints at
Okay.
the same.
I'm happy to do one additional meeting on top of this per month, but I definitely cannot do more than that.
Okay, so complaints and amendments.
So you can count me in for this one.
Okay.
It is my understanding that Member Eldon has been assigned to the Compliance and Amendments Committee
All right.
as a
Who-
regular member.
So then who, through the chair, who is assigned to this amorphous complaint committee, of which I am the chair, that doesn't seem to exist?
That's
Actually-
determined by the chair as needed.
You're actually the chair of the Rules Committee, which
Right.
meets as needed.
Rules committee.
There is no
Rules
There
sometimes
is-
hears complaints.
Everybody, there is no complaints committee.
Right. It
The
just
other,
sort of,
well,
It's
well,
a
the,
term
oth-
that's used.
it jumps around a lot.
the other committees become the complaint
Rules.
committee at certain
It's an
times.
extra hat we wear.
Right.
Within the subcommittees to hear cases, yes.
So the rules committee meets on an ad hoc basis when required to review
Yes.
rules.
Yes,
And we've just been serving complaints.
as the Complaint Committee as needed.
Yes.
As has the compliance and amendments
Right.
committee.
And we had to cover for a few other meetings because the other two committees were stock full of their own things.
Correct.
Right, okay.
So right now, there are just two of us on
We can
compliance and
hope that
amendments.
Member Hepner will still be available to meet on that day.
Okay.
However, I will still put out a poll to see if there's another alternate
Okay.
available.
I'll check my calendar.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
I actually don't think I can do the 15th,
I'll check my calendar.
but next month or something else this month.
I will put out a poll and try to assure that we have enough members for December the 15th.
Okay.
Communications.
And I'm sorry, on the hearing schedule, I think for the EOT meeting, you've got Member Washburn, when that should be me.
Okay.
When we get to item 4 on complaints.
The January 11th meeting, it's Chair Highland and that should be Member Pilpel, my apologies, and Member Wolf.
People confuse us all the time.
Communications, we did receive communication from Mr. Hartz regarding a request for rehearing on complaints heard on November 4th. We also received a request for rehearing of file number 15081 from Mr. Warfield. Pursuant to our rules, the only time the task force can reconsider a matter is within 10 days of issue of an order of determination. That is why this is listed as communications.
Okay.
In addition, for Mr. Warfield's item, he did file 2 additional complaints under item number 4, complaints submitted. Before I get to that, I'd like to state that 15156 and 15157 by Mr. Petrellis have been withdrawn. Complaint number 15160, Joe Warren versus Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I have been in communications with the Ethics Commission, and they have not been able to provide an answer as to whether or not they are able to hear a complaint against the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. However, I've been advised by DCA Treat that it is not a good idea for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to hear a complaint against itself.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Member Rummold.
What is the substance of that complaint?
I will provide a copy to you. I do not want to try to recall at this time. I can try to provide. It was regarding.
Hold the mic.
If the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't hear this complaint against the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, you know what I meant to say there. Who would hear that complaint? Would it go to ethics? Like, what is the if we're not the right forum because it's problematic? What is the proper forum?
I am in contact with the Ethics Commission to try to resolve the issue. However, they are unable to provide an answer as they are trying to work through the issue themselves at this time. But they are considering it, and they will provide an answer to me once. They will provide an answer to me when it's available.
So, Madam Chair.
Member Pilpel.
And this is why I wanted Jerry here. I looked through complaint, it was basically about the conduct of the November 17th committee meeting, and I forget which members were present for that committee meeting. It was a complaint committee? Anyway, I believe it was a complainant who didn't like the way the meeting was handled and had various allegations about the way the meeting was handled. I wasn't there. I don't know. So my question to Jerry, if the Ethics Commission is reviewing the issue of whether they have or could have jurisdiction, the ordinance provides for the task force to hear complaints. If the ordinance doesn't otherwise speak to it, and if the charter or the other provisions of the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code don't give the Ethics Commission authority, is it possible that complaints against the task force are just sort of non-justiciable and that the only recourse the person might have is to go to court?
You're asking us through the chair to Member Pilpa, you're asking if it's possible. Typically what happens in these cases where there's a conflict by the adjudicator of a complaint, because it's against them, is that it's referred out to either a sister agency in another public entity or another body that might have parallel jurisdiction. We're trying to work through whether the rules of the Ethics Commission and the governing statutes provide them the ability to hear that. And there is at least some language in the regulations governing hearings on sunshine referrals that may provide discretion for staff to take such a complaint of the staff of the Ethics Commission, and then it would go before the Ethics Commission for hearing. I don't think we're at the point where we need to decide what would happen if there's no one to hear it.
Is one of the options, however, if the task force takes action to refer the matter, then it becomes a referral that they can deal with? Is that something that we might consider?
Well, the task force referrals are dependent on findings and determinations, and the task force is not in a position to make those findings and determinations.
But we might be able to at least make a referral because we're not able to hear the matter, and that might trigger different things over there.
I think I just answered that because you'd have to have an order that is referred, and you're not in a position to make that order because of the conflict.
Well, I guess I have different views on this matter. On the one hand, the person should have an opportunity to be heard. On the other hand, the person has a complaint before the task force, which will get dealt with at some point on the substance.
Yeah.
And I am concerned that anyone who doesn't like the conduct of the task force or the outcome on a particular complaint could create this scenario and be heard by the Ethics Commission on every matter that comes before the task force. And I think that is not what was countenanced. Mm-hmm. So the outcome, the procedural outcome here, I think is important to the task force and its relationship with the Ethics Commission.
Yeah, it's a difficult question. There's not a ready answer. I'm sorry about that.
Through the chair, I'm just wondering, sorry, I jumped ahead of you, Member Wolf. I'm wondering, because it was heard in a subcommittee, I wonder if the dissatisfaction with that would be better served or repudiated at a full committee. Is that a solution?
Well, the complaint committee did not make a determination. It was continued, and the complainant immediately filed a complaint against the task force on the basis of that hearing. The complainant has a right to file those complaints.
They do.
Yes. So, if the complainant wanted to pursue that course, that would be an option. But if they don't want to, then that's their right.
I see. Yeah, because one of the remediations is to, not accept the subcommittee's recommendation and still get it heard by the full committee, correct?
But they haven't made a recommendation.
And are they aware that they can do that?
Well, there hasn't been a recommendation.
There has been?
No. It was continued at the committee.
So it's still
That
live.
gives me an idea, though. Could we take action tonight to pull the item from committee and ask that it be scheduled before the full task force in January? It is?
Yes.
I thought you said it was continued.
It was continued in committee.
To? Oh, it was referred to.
Yeah.
It was referred without recommendation to the January meeting of the task force.
Okay, so it's going to be
And
here.
however, I just want to state that in addition to that, part of the complaint is noncompliance with the 45-day rule, which is the entire task force and not just the committee.
So we'll get to all of this in the January meeting. All right, I didn't know that piece. Thank you.
Member Wolf and then Member Romold.
So it does seem like, if someone were to request a document that was in the task force's possession, or if we were to refuse to allow public comment, that there is a right to file a complaint about the violation of the Sunshine Task Force at that point. In this case, because it pertains to a committee, it seems like potentially the three members of the committee could recuse themselves and we'd still have less of a conflict of interest, but that doesn't solve the larger issue of...
Also a complaint against me personally for giving advice.
Well, and then that also doesn't equate to the fact that what our operating procedures are if, say, tonight with the whole timing issue that had not been resolved the way we chose to resolve it, and one of the people from the public that spoke after the city representative had decided to file a complaint. We do probably need to look at what the process should be in pursuing these, even if we can make this one go away.
Member Romold.
I would say that we should not act on the underlying complaints to make the complaint against us go away. I think that's a bad idea, and we open ourselves to a lot of complaints against ourselves in the future with people dissatisfied with the outcome on their underlying complaint. In terms of actually dealing with it, I think one possibility is, like Member Wolf said, having the people who were involved recuse themselves to the extent that you can too, Victor. That would be, obviously it's not ideal to have us decide a complaint against us, but then we could also have a provision where we automatically refer it to ethics to review it.
We probably should wait for ethics.
Yeah. I think it's fine to see what folks looking at it come up with and see if ethics just wants to take it in the first instance or what. But, I agree that we should not just say there is no recourse for someone who has a complaint against us.
Let's make a task force just for complaints against us.
Yeah.
Well, let's also just not end up in an absurd place.
Okay, let's
The
move on.
next two complaints, I do need advice from the task force regarding them. File 15161 and 15162 were filed. However, they appear to be very similar to previously adjourned cases back in November of 15081 and 15133. I have provided both the new complaint and the previous complaints that were already adjudicated for your review. They appear to be similar and the exact same complaint. And I leave the rest of the report for your review.
Madam Chair.
Member Pelpel.
I'm not sure whether this is the best thing to do, but I'm thinking we should perhaps ask Mr. Warfield to explain in less than 3 minutes how his two newly filed complaints
Would just like to
might
take
differ.
public comment on the entire administrator's report?
Well, we can do it as part of that, but as part of his public comment, I'm interested in how he suggests these two complaints are different from the others, and then we might decide either to take them or not take them.
Right, we have to make a decision on that one point, plus take general public comment on the whole report. I think we should ask Mr. Warfield, and you have up to 3 minutes to explain why these two new complaints, or how they differ from the ones that were adjudicated before.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. This is separate from public comment on this overall agenda item, correct?
Yes.
I think it's outrageous to ask me to say how they're different when you haven't heard from Mr. Young how they're supposedly the same. He has provided nothing of substance to justify his position. Furthermore, there's nothing in your complaint procedure or any other procedure that I know of that allows Mr. Young on his own to basically try to toss my complaint without any action by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And let me say that there was no notification of this. As far as I know, the only reason I found out about this was because I inquired about the status. These are completely different complaints dealing with completely different actions and issues. I don't know what Mr. Young claims is the similarity. In the first case, which I don't see a number on, the issue is that I made oral information request of Laura Lent during one of two meetings that I had with her personally in March. She refused to honor those requests. What does that have to do with previous complaints? The second one is with respect to a specific memo that was sent to senior management by the deputy city librarian, in which, and that document represented his assertion, essentially, of the gag order. Nobody should talk with Mr. Warfield about Bibliocommons, nor answer questions or provide documents. All he's to be told is, go talk to this person over here, who isn't necessarily the most knowledgeable. That violated Section 6722, which says no staff should be discouraged from providing oral information, and requires custodians of records, whoever they are within the organization, to respond to requests for information, including oral requests. I don't see what that has to do with Mr. Lambert denying me a webinar months earlier, nor with the other complaint, which had to do with Laura Lentz being specifically unavailable herself for oral information on other topics. And I'd be glad to answer questions.
I recall both of these items being sub-items within the two complaints that we heard last month. I believe that they were both raised and both addressed in the context of those complaints. I did not hear anything new from Mr. Warfield just now on those items.
Other members, what is your recollection?
I agree with that. Yeah.
And Mr. Young, you?
That memo was never mentioned or brought up at those complaints. This was a specific memo to shut down responsiveness to me. The memo never came up.
Excuse me, it was in our packets, and I believe I asked Mr. Lambert, was Ms. Lent the only person designated? And he said no. There are different people have dealt with you on this issue, including him at several meetings, and the part of that conversation related to that particular memo, which was in our packet. So
the complaint that was heard was about a library gag order, and my inability to get Ms. Lent. It was about inability to get Ms. Lent on the phone at the times she said she would be available. and in one instance going to another member of the library senior staff when she was not available and being told by that senior staff, this is something I can't answer to you. You have to talk with Laura Lent. I don't believe that that memo was the complaint or the issue. I'm not sure where that complaint, where that memo appeared.
In the packet.
It may have been in a prior complaint that was withdrawn.
So through the chair, just to provide my recollection, the overall gist I got, Mr. Warfield, was that you requested and received a lot of time from these people about this new technology or program or whatnot. There was some phone tag back and forth, I remember that, but it seemed like they made reasonable efforts to accommodate your requests. They met with you in person, by email. In fact, you probably got more time than I would say most people on that, from what I remember. So I'm just saying the general flavor of those cases I thought we dealt with, and we talked about these issues. So I'm a little surprised to see this come up again, and I don't think it's substantially different than what we've already ruled on.
If you want to dismiss the complaint...
Sorry, that wasn't a question, that was just a statement.
You've completely misunderstood those complaints. The specific people that I wanted to speak to were absolutely frozen away from me. I was not able to speak to the web person nor to the cataloging person.
That wasn't the impression that I got at those hearings. I realize that was how you stated it, but that's not what I took away from it. You're characterizing it like they were trying to block you and not talk to you, but from what I remember, they tried to make other accommodations, other people. The original person came back to you. So I'm sorry, I just don't see it that way. And I know you do.
You didn't understand the complaint. Maybe that's why it didn't get a vote. The point was that they blockaded my access to a custodian of records.
Okay. I'm flummoxed on this one. Mr. Warfield, although I wasn't here last month or the month before, I reviewed all of these, all of the memos, all of the cases, and I distinctly remember several complaints that you brought about the Bibliocommons and access to staff and so forth, and these matters were heard. And that's the recollection of other members. Mr. Young?
If you agree with that, my initial assessment, I would suggest a motion to find that the complaints are duplicative and to not accept them at this time. Just to put a vote on the record, if you would like to do that.
I'd be happy to make that motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Public comment?
This is public comment on the motion to find that the matters are duplicative.
Yes, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Mr. Warfield is not going to like that I say this, but the point I would like to make is that you at least gave this a hearing before the task force, and it's the task force's decision whether or not a complaint should be tossed or not. I think the idea of abdicating your authority and allowing Mr. Young to, on his own authority, decide which complaint is to be heard or which is not to be heard, or whether they're duplicative or whatever, that's abdication of your job. It used to go before the complaint committee, who you'd have a hearing and they would decide something like that, and that's due process. But simply turning over responsibility for arbitrarily, throwing out a complaint. What if Mr. Young decides to throw out a complaint and then you find out about it later and realize it was a legitimate complaint that should have been heard? At least here it's in open, it's in public, and what this was originally handled as was Mr. Young, as an individual, deciding that the complaints were not to be heard, and he didn't notify either Mr. Warfield or myself that our items were even on this agenda so that we could be here to represent ourselves. and I'll talk about that in general public comment about this item.
Bruce Wolf. I just want to say, when I first came to the task force, the administrator had a very specific role when receiving complaints that came in through the door. And that role was, let me see if I can get it for you first. That was a very important role. After that person left, everything went to pot. And we ended up having to do twice as much work because we didn't have that advocate as on our staff anymore that would perform that duty. And I tell you, I miss that. To be able to go into an office where I can't get my needs met, and here is the administrator for the body that may hear a complaint, and that person's helping me try to get my needs met so that I don't have to file a complaint. So that, to me, is a very important role that helps save things a lot. What isn't, and what I'm hearing here is very surprising to me, is that the administrator is making certain decisions that is only in the jurisdiction of the task force that I don't know that the task force has authorized him to make, or her, whoever that person is, that particular position to make. So I would urge you to think of it in that perspective, because that is something, when we talk about backlogs and we have all these issues around a lot of complaints that come forward that actually could be solved with a phone call by somebody intervening, like a social worker, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Member Fisher.
Yeah, Mr. Wolf, I don't know, maybe you haven't been around a lot lately, but that's what you described in the beginning of your statement is exactly what Mr. Young does, and I know he's not going to stick up for himself, so I'm going to do it for him. The first call he gets is, all right, let me see if I can do this. The majority, and I don't know the number, but I know when I wrote the annual report a year and a half ago, there was something like 60 or something complaints that came through that we never even saw because you were able to solve them. So that is still being done.
Well, that's fine. I've heard different from members of the public.
Through the chair.
In this room.
Vice Chair Hyland.
I was just going to echo that sentiment. I mean, Victor is our front man. He takes a lot of cases, resolves them party to party, gives them guidance, whatnot. Now, if we're hearing from members of the public that line's being crossed, then fair enough. That's something we can certainly think about and look at and talk to Victor with. But, you know, especially being a vice chair this year, I see a lot of the behind-the-scenes work that he does and the questions that he will, take care of and sometimes pose to us. He's not doing this single-handedly, I can assure you. So again, I just want to express some support for what he does for us, and I agree. I think some things should maybe come to us, but I think on the whole he does an excellent job of using his judgment and helping us on the front lines with what does get filtered through to us.
And in fact, this case came to us. Mr. Young did not, I knew about it. Vice Chair Hyland knew about it. We knew about it. And we said it needs to come before the full task force. So here it is. Member Pilpel, and then...
I would just say that I've heard from other members of the public, not here in this room tonight, where they have tried to get their needs met and they just kind of forgot about it and moved on. But they had legitimate complaints.
Thank you for that.
Member Pilpel.
I would just add that my understanding is that when Victor makes an initial determination that is communicated to Allison or Chris or both, and that ultimately if there's a determination made that's subject to the task force's review, that it is put on the agenda through the administrator's report. If the one thing that we're not doing is communicating clearly I'm not going to process this until and unless the task force decides one way or the other. I will put this on the administrator's report. It'll be on the agenda in 2 weeks, blah, blah, blah. If we need to make that clear by an email, then we should do that. But I think this process of bringing it before us and that we can make a motion and deal with an item right here through the administrator's report is a good process, and this works. And so, essentially complainants can work things out with Victor. That's step one. Step two is the chair or the vice chair can override. And step three is it can come before the full task force. So there are lots of opportunities to appeal. I'm good with this.
Okay. Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the motion?
On that motion?
What is the motion? I'm sorry.
The motion is to not accept the two complaints submitted by the Library Users Association as they are duplicative of items that have recently been adjudicated. Member Rummold.
Aye.
Rummold, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Hepner, absent. Haynes, absent. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. Would you like to take public comment on the entire administrator's report at this time?
Yes. Public comment on the administrator's report.
Ray Hart's Director, San Francisco Open Government. I wouldn't have been here tonight if it hadn't been for Mr. Warfield discovering that these items were on the administrator's report. I think I waited for several days, and I called Mr. Young on Tuesday, and I said, what's going on with this? And he said, it's on the administrator's report. And I said, well, what's going to be going on here? And he just hung up on me. I then wrote a letter to Angela Calvillo and questioned her because she's his supervisor in the city government. And she then wrote me back and told me what he now has said, which is you have to wait 10 days after the order of determination has been issued. Now, Mr. Young could have at any point has simply said to me, it's going to be on the administrator's report and it's going to be heard on December 3rd, but he didn't do that. He just took the position, I have no obligation. So the only reason I was here was because Mr. Warfield found out that his case was on and told me that mine was too. Now, I think you all have heard, and if you haven't, I'm going to tell you again, when I left town last year, there was a case referred from the task force to the Ethics Commission. And I think every one of the persons here that knows the Ethics Commission knows that typically a referral takes months to be put onto the agenda and heard before the Ethics Commission. The only person in city government I told the exact dates I was going to be out of town was Mr. Young. And I come back, and the day I come back, there's a notice in my mailbox which basically says that my referral was done, scheduled within 6 days. The announcement came out the day I left the city, and in the hearing before the Ethics Commission was heard the day before I returned. Now, you may all like Mr. Young because he does things so you don't have to do it, but the bottom line is if you're a member of the public and on the receiving end of that kind of thing, it's a different story. All Mr. Young had to do was say, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send your thing in. It's going to be on the administrator's report. It's going to be on this date, and they will then handle it. But he wouldn't even make the effort to do that. He just said, I'm not responsible for notifying you, and hung up on me. That's unacceptable. That's unprofessional. And you can sit there and say, well, he's wonderful, and we're not going to say anything bad about him because we think he's wonderful. But the bottom line is if the members of the public who this body is here to serve get treatment like that, that's unacceptable. If there's a matter, what does the agenda item say? It should be clear that if a person of normal intelligence reads it, they would know their interests are at concern and will attend.
Is there additional public comment on the administrator's report?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. The entire procedure that you've talked about is completely made up on the spot with respect to the complaint rejection. There was not proper notice of myself or Mr. Hartz about any of this being taken up in the administrator's report, which is a complete secret to the public. And I'm looking at the documents that have been attached to this agenda, which I basically have seen only today, and there is not in these documents the memo to which Mr. Hyland refers and claims was in the complaints. Furthermore, complaint number 1, which is quoted in this thing, we withdrew. And it never came forward. We withdrew 3 out of 4 complaints and then filed the 2 that you heard earlier last month. With respect to a request for a rehearing, I sent a letter on Friday, November 13th, addressed to each member of the Sunshine Task Force. I'd like to know, was that forwarded to each member? So you are being blockaded in getting information.
Sorry, it's in our packet.
I said at the time, okay, November 13th, please forward to each member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, page 319.
It was
It was what?
forwarded to us.
Did everybody get a copy of this at the time? November 13th.
I don't recall.
Well, there's a difference between November 3rd. Well, there is a difference in terms
say
of.
when you wanted it forwarded.
So
we got it.
Okay. I think communication with the task force means this is for each member. I don't do this often, sending stuff to the task force, nor have I ever requested a rehearing. There were a number of issues here that are problematic. I think it's a problem when you don't have a vote, because Robert's rules can't be followed as Rick Nee used to do. The winning side can bring up a problem and say, I'd like a rehearing or a reconsideration. Second of all, you only allow a rehearing if there's an order of determination. Well, that means I won. So you're only allowing me to request a rehearing if I win? That's simply unfair. And the letter goes through a number of other things. Let me say that the library also provided information that they never had before, that the Civil Service Commission considered the question of training for the public library people, and it was a major issue for them and became a delay for their approval of the whole Bibliocommons package. And that's something that an immediate disclosure request that I filed October 27th didn't turn up until later, nor the fact that one of their pieces of information about patron privacy was simply untrue. They had absolutely no patrons included in any information previously provided, nor was it redacted.
Is there additional public comment on the administrator's report?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to clarify our communications policy.
Okay.
I have been, it has been requested that any communications that I receive, if it is related to a specific file, that I place it into the packet for distribution upon scheduling. If the item is not related to a specific file or some item that is not pending before the task force, I will place it into the administrator's report for review by the task force. I do not forward items immediately to all members. They are placed into the communications of the administrator's report for the members to review.
And this is to prevent seriatim meetings, if we all...
Among other things. Yeah.
Among other things, so... Member Pilpel.
Sorry, before we leave the administrator's report on page 311, since we heard 6 items substantively and just dealt with 2 other items, I think our current complaint log is down to 29 items, of which Ms. Trabeau is 15 of them. So I think that represents great progress, and I want to thank all of the people who contributed to that. And maybe, Victor, offline, you can explain to me what the assessor recorder new hearing item is in relation to the previous hearing item. We're also dealing with complaints that have gone to committee and reducing that backlog. So hopefully compliance will deal with the district attorney calendar issue and maybe even the city attorney thing. I mean, when we send things out to committee, we should try to deal with those quickly too, so that all of our backlogs are reduced. Thank you.
All right. So perhaps in the near future, we won't be exceeding 45 days. Okay. I'm looking at the clock. The hour is late. I'm wondering if we want to continue item 10 again. I personally didn't have a chance to review. I reviewed that a couple of times recently, but not for today's meeting. If that would be okay, without objection.
That motion was made by Chair Washburn. Was there a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Public comment on continuing item number 10?
To the call of the chair.
To the call of the chair, probably next month.
This item has been on the agenda at least September, October, November. You keep putting it at the end instead of under old business, where it should be heard as an early or one of the first items, and not after new business. As far as I'm concerned, you appear to be shaking the tree, is what I call it. Put it on the agenda often enough, get people concerned about it until they give up. Anybody who came here to comment, once again, has waited till a late hour to find out nothing's happening.
I'm disappointed.
If you want to take this thing up seriously, you need to put it on when the public can expect to hear it and make public comment as they should and as is their right. And it's old business. You're following Robert's rules or not. Robert's rules puts old business first, or more precisely, unfinished business. Unfinished business should come before new business, such as new complaints. This is also essentially a bylaws change, and I believe that it should have appropriate notice. It includes roles for the chair and, in general, outlines how you want to do your business. And so it is essentially a bylaws change, and that should require a specific appropriate notice. So I don't have a problem at this late hour if you want to postpone it yet again, but I think you need to do something about having something on again and again and again and again until finally nobody believes it's actually going to be taken up, and then nobody will be here, and then you'll do what you want with no public input. Thanks.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I have to agree with Mr. Warfield. I don't think there's anything you could put on this agenda that is more important than the actual rules of this task force. And if you know, I'll give you the example of the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors has public comment whenever the hell they feel like it. I've gone there and had public comment. They start their meetings at 2. I've had public comment at 2:30, and I've had public comment as late as 9:30 at night. So basically, any citizen that wants to talk to the Board of Supervisors has to take a half day off work and sometimes go into the evening before they can take an opportunity to speak to the Board of Supervisors, and it's unconscionable. And unfortunately, when you handle it like you have, and Mr. Warfield's mentioned this, it does give the appearance that that's perhaps what you're trying to do is let's just keep postponing this. Let's put it last on the agenda, and one of these nights, and you know it happens frequently, when everybody gets tired and decides to leave and we're here by ourselves, we can just do whatever we want. And I think when it comes to the actual rules, the law itself, that's unconscionable. One of the things that I think you have a responsibility to do, and I've said this to you many times before and other committees, is this is supposed to be something which is done to encourage public participation, not to discourage it. And handling it like this will discourage it. I talked to 3 people today that saw it on the agenda and said, oh, maybe I'll go, maybe I won't, but they probably won't hear it anyway, and I don't want to go and sit there. So whether you like it or not, there are people who are interested in this and would like to participate, but feel that your handling of it so far has been a burden to them and a hurdle for them to jump.
Mr. Young, would you put this item number 1 on the agenda for January?
Number
Point
2.
well taken.
Number 2.
Number 2, yes. I do take this seriously. I've reviewed these. I know there's a lot of interest in it. 9:30 at night when nobody's here is not a good time for it. We tend to give preference to people who have hearings to come to. So, and we spend a lot of time talking about important issues. All right. Now let's move on, please.
I just wanted to say we have the written comments of Mr. Grossman in our packet, and we will be reviewing those in this context. If Mr. Warfield, Mr. Hartz, Mr. Wolf, anybody else has written comments to submit on the proposed changes to the complaint procedures, please send them in. I'd be interested in reading them. Thanks.
Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 11, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Committee meeting schedule for 2016. It is on page 306.
Thank you.
So,
Member Pilpel.
So the full task force is pretty straightforward and does not appear to conflict with holidays. Nice that Shemini Atzeres is listed in there. I'm still concerned that the 2 standing committees are only meeting every other month, and I would like to find a way for them to go back to meeting monthly. I believe that we should each meet once a month at the full task force and each serve on a committee that meets once a month for a shorter period of time and can deal with both the things referred to the committee, the things within the committee's jurisdiction, and new complaints.
I agree completely. That's something that we need.
What do we need to do to make that happen?
We can talk to the clerk of the board again about this. I'd like to have DCA 3 at all these meetings. That's my wish list.
Happy holidays, and I hope you get your...
I don't think it's something we can solve right now. So I also need to firm up membership of the committees too. So there's. Let me know your preferences about committees. I'd like to explore ways we can go back to our old schedule, but I don't see why we can't.
I did list a couple of options on the next page where where we can have 2 committee meetings on the same day starting at different times.
Mm-hmm.
Because the major issue with having 2 committee meetings per month is staffing time. If we do 2 meetings on the same day, we're here anyways, and that would alleviate some of the problems.
Okay, let's talk about that. Why don't everybody get me your preferences for committees, and there are 3 of them: rules, compliance and amendments, and EOT. And is it that time of year to switch committees? It really isn't. Well, yeah, no, you don't. Nobody. If you don't have to switch. It's just we have some new members, and so we need to
And things will change again.
And if we're going to start having, every committee meet every month. So anyway, that's a lot to think about it. We just threw it on the table now. Let's revisit it next month. And could we move on? Do we public comment on the calendar?
We can have comment on that. I will continue per our existing schedule until I receive a change.
Okay, all right.
And before we deal with this next month, can you try to meet with Angela or have Victor? I mean, whatever the resource questions are or other issues about meeting once a month, if we can put those on the table, I'd like us to be able to decide to either go to once a month or not.
Okay,
next month.
So Victor, let's
I will bring
talk
the
about-
question to the clerk of the board, and
maybe we'll have a
maybe
three-way
we can do
meeting.
a telephone conversation or
And I
teleconference.
think part of the tension was reducing our backlog, and if we've, pretty effectively done that now, I think there's probably more time. Victor probably has some more time available to do meetings, so long as they're not as lengthy as this one.
Right. Public comment on this matter?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. If you continue in the direction you've been going, which is to slam the door on the public complaints, on receiving them, on making up new rules for hearing them and excluding them, maybe you won't have any complaints, and you can just skip meeting altogether or maybe meet once a year. I don't understand what the options are. There's a big front page on 306 and 307. Looks like 3 options are stated. I also don't understand new complaints under option 2. CAC and the EOTC will meet once a month on separate days and hear both regular business and new complaints. Does that mean you're going to send new complaints to one of 2 committees? I'm not clear on that. You used to send complaints, if you have a complaint committee, to the complaint committee. I think that having a complaint committee can be useful, particularly in clarifying what the issues are, what the facts are, what the complaint is in some cases, and I think the complaint committee, the earlier conversation was quite confusing about compliance and amendments committee being the same as the complaint committee. So I think it would be useful. I don't even know what the current schedule is, because so many times things are either canceled or don't happen, and it's not necessarily clear from the calendar that's posted online what is happening, what is supposed to happen, and what is going to happen. So if somebody could clarify, please, what on page 306, the complaints committee, under that is second Monday, third Tuesday, fourth Tuesdays, and then are complaints actually going to go to different committees?
I'm sorry, sir.
We're going to discuss this next month.
We're going to discuss this next month. We're going to meet as we had planned for the rest of this month. We'll have the regular task force meetings when they happen. We're getting ideas for who wants to serve on what committee. We're going to try to have additional committee meetings. Everything is in process, so I can't give you any definite answers beyond the full task force meeting at the beginning of January.
Do that.
We're trying our best to make sure that we timely hear complaints and that we attend to a lot of projects we've set for ourselves. So we will revisit this next month with more information, with Mr. Young and I having talked to see if we could get more resources. So stay tuned.
Thanks. I just think that the schedule and the options might be a little clearer as to what's intended, including whether complaints are going to go to one of 2 committees or whether they'll always go to a complaint committee, or whether they will go sometimes to a complaint committee and sometimes straight to the task force. And the options may be clear to those who are familiar with the code, but not to a regular reader just looking at what you've got here. And January 6th is your meeting in January?
Yes, the regular time and place.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And I want to make one thing very clear. Putting out a schedule is one thing. Actually holding the meetings is something else. I have been faced too many times with a meeting where there were 7 members and I had to get 6 out of 7 votes to win. And my intention is this coming year, if you put out this schedule, you should be here. And if you're not, there's a mayor's policy, and I'm going to be, at least on a quarterly basis, doing an IDR to the mayor's office to determine whether or not Mr. Young has sent them a report, which he is required by the mayor's policy to do, regarding absences from both the full body meeting and the subcommittee meetings. Very frankly, I think that's something that needs to be done. I've gotten to the point where I am feeling very personally that this task force is hostile toward me, especially that last meeting, and therefore I've just decided that I'm going to make you my little project for this coming year. And very frankly, I think it is disgusting if you put yourself up for a meeting for a committee and then you don't come to the meetings, and as a result the public is the one who suffers. If you can't meet the commitments, if you can't meet the mayor's policy, then you should just simply remove yourself from the task force, not put people in a position of coming here with a bunch of empty seats, or worse than that, having to have your items continually continued because you can't get a quorum either at the full task force or the subcommittee meetings. It's unacceptable. And to end this up, bottom line is you've made your bed. You know, I really, you don't respect me, I don't respect you. This task force has been openly hostile to me, and I am going to tell you one more thing now. I was going to wait till announcements to do it, but I've been told by the Ethics Commission that I have to. 3 weeks ago, I met for an hour with Garrett Chatfield, an investigator with the Ethics Commission. The following week, I met with both him and Catherine Argumetto, who is an investigator with the Ethics Commission. I had an hour-long conversation with Jesse Minardi, who is the acting executive director of the Ethics Commission, and he informed me very clearly that I have to give you 40 days notice of my intention to file a complaint against Mr. Highland with the Ethics Commission for your handling of the agenda items at the last complaint. So this is your official notice.
Mr. Young, would you call the next item on the agenda?
Item number 13, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance.
Did we need to act on this last thing?
The meeting schedule? No.
No.
It was, actually, I believe the action, we would need a motion the motion was to continue it.
We didn't do that.
We didn't take a motion, but.
Is there a motion to continue this?
Do we have to have a motion?
How about the chair just announces it and we do that without objection?
Why don't we just do the motion to continue instead of arguing about it?
All right.
No, we have to have
Motion to continue.
You do not need to take additional public comment. It's the same issue.
No.
That was my concern.
We are not going to take additional public comment. We've just talked about all of this. Okay. So I have a motion to
Who's made the
continue,
motion?
a second, without objection.
Member Wolf, seconded by Member Fisher.
On that motion, may I assume it's adopted without objection?
Yes, please.
Next on the agenda is item number 13, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Complaint Committee, October 27, 2015, and November 17, 2015 meeting.
I haven't done my thing on the minutes. I'm happy to adopt the minutes subject to edits that I'll submit.
Not subject to edits. We have to have them.
I don't have them. I haven't done them yet.
We can continue that matter.
You want to continue all three?
I'm ready to. I reviewed the minutes
did you
from
do
the.
edits?
No, I didn't. Not from the complaint committee. I did from the full task force.
Can we just continue items 13 and 14?
Let's continue items 13 and 14.
Also move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment on continuing the minutes? Yes, we have to take public comment.
Peter Warfield, I'm not clear what the reason is for continuing them. There usually isn't a lot of discussion. So I'm not clear what the reason
We're
is.
continuing because members have not had a chance to thoroughly review them.
Okay. I don't oppose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Young, then would you read the next item on the agenda?
That matter is adopted without objection. Next on the agenda, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
Can I have a minute for a round robin? I have some quick items just to run through. I went to the police commission meeting during tonight's meeting as an individual and made a couple of comments about the body-worn camera policy, expressing concern about retention of videos and disclosure, and commented that since the city can't use 6255, that any disclosure request would likely turn, in my opinion, on privacy concerns and possibly the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, and that they should think through some of that stuff so that we don't get inundated with complaints in the future, either for disclosure or non-disclosure or redaction or fuzzing out videos or whatever. I think that there's some issues because we haven't gotten to discussion. I didn't weigh in on any of the other stuff, and I represented that I was an individual. We should talk about the whistleblower program again someplace, sometime. I don't know where we'll do that. The Ethics Commission announced last week that they hired a new executive director. I've not met her yet. She starts in January, and perhaps we should establish a relationship with the new director. The two memos that we approved 2 months ago, the Rec Park and City Attorney memos, did those finally go out, Victor?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. And I did make Member Wolf's edits, although I changed one of the things to third and final question. Okay. I've read some interesting things in the Mercury News in the last few weeks about the city of San Jose and what they're disclosing on their calendars versus what's in their lobbyist reports. So if anyone's interested in San Jose, I noted that. There was also a study that I saw written about recently that I think came out of Berkeley about transparency and disclosure in states and had ranked various elements of California. I've got to go read that and see what we could learn from that. One of the questions was whether public records requests had an appeal procedure, and the state doesn't have that. We certainly have that here. We'll hear in the future about Member Hepner's status, and somebody, I think, former Member Wolf, mentioned COIT. I've also tried to follow COIT, the Committee on Information Technology in the city. They have another subcommittee meeting on Friday, and as a great example of not doing the right thing, they continue to put up their presentation with detailed stuff about the meeting, like the night before or the morning of the meeting, so you aren't really informed about what's going on unless you're actually there. It's incredibly frustrating, and I may have to complain about that in the future. COIT is one of these quiet backwaters things in city government that does important stuff, and nobody knows about it, and they don't want anybody to know about it. Very frustrating, and they have staff
What do you mean specifically that they're doing that they don't want anyone to know about?
Discussing things like the drone policy and implementation of the new financial systems and various other policies and projects, million-dollar projects, that city departments are doing. And it's as if we just put out the agenda for the meeting and didn't put out the packet until the day before or the day of the meeting and said, oh, yeah, if it's on the agenda, good enough. Discussion of IT strategy. That's fine. Anyone who's interested, they'll show up. And then they put up. Very frustrating. Thank you. That's my report.
Mr. Wolf.
I have a question and a statement. One is the minutes for the task force, was they approved at the beginning of the meeting?
No, we put those off. They were at the end of the agenda, and we just continued those. We didn't.
Oh, you continued. So, are the minutes usually at the beginning of the meeting? Do you usually approve them?
They're currently at the end. We've gone back and forth.
Oh, okay. Because usually under parliamentary procedure, usually have them at the beginning, so you approve the previous meeting before you begin your new meeting, and that's pretty standard in Robert's rules. The other thing is I just want to notate that the downloading of the agenda works on my cell phone. So I will do the task of doing the forensics on the 3 major operating systems with the 3 major web browsers to find out which ones work, which ones don't, and why. And if it includes any weird plugins or anything like that, I'll report that too. So I'm happy to do that for us.
Can I tell? Mr.
Member Wolf.
So the one thing you should be aware of is that it's the wolf on wolf. Is that it's not always consistent which tool won't work. So there may be multiple ways that the PDFs get uploaded, but there have been times that the one way I usually use doesn't work, and I have to use a different browser. So it's not 100% consistent, or at least it hasn't been over the 2 years.
And I would also like to state that if the document is very, very large, it looks like it's not working.
Yeah,
because it takes several minutes for it to download and open.
Yeah, I'm aware of those. So I'm happy to, when those things happen, I could at least look at the logs and determine what's exactly happening. So
These are all issues related to the Board of Supervisors website technology, or is this something specific to us?
I think in general, PDFs are very large, just take a long time to open.
Okay. Do you have any sense from what you're saying, like
no,
why
it's
it
not.
would be?
I have gigabit technology at home, so it's not an issue of speed for me. It's this is where you click on the link or what's supposed to be a link and it's not working. It's like just text.
Okay.
So the cursor doesn't even change. It will change.
Okay.
When you go from text to a link, your actual mouse cursor will change. It doesn't even change. So obviously, there's either some plugin that's blocking it, like some JavaScript something, or ad blocker or whatever. You know, the point is I can find out what it is, report it to you. So if there's something that people use regularly, you can at least put it a little notation.
I'm sorry to
don't use
personally,
this.
I'm sorry to hear you're having a problem.
It's all right. It's part of my job.
Probably
every day.
Oracle's fault, right?
Or maybe Salesforce's, who knows?
This will be brief. Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think it's really, really ironic that both Mr. Warfield and I raised questions about the fact that 2 of the agenda items had information that was not in the packet and was not provided until the last minute on the table, one of which was Mr. Pilpel's memo. And here Mr. Pilpel in this agenda item is complaining about the fact that he couldn't get something at the last minute and thought it was unfair. So when we raise the issue, it's disregarded. If it's important to him, it's important.
I'd just like to state in that last week was Thanksgiving week, so everyone was given a deadline about approximately 2 to 3 days earlier than usual because packets had to be prepared before the holiday weekend. So anything coming in after Monday is not included in your packet.
Okay. Mr. Warfield.
Thank you for that clarification. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I think that the task force is at a crossroads. You are being, as I said, operated without your knowledge in a whole range of ways. And so, for example, I think that you need to have documentation and insist on documentation for how the administrator does his job. You also heard last time, so the internal procedures are crucial. The fact that neither Mr. Hartz nor I were notified until I learned because of another inquiry on Monday in an email from Mr. Young about how the request was being handled for a rehearing. That's not written down any place that I know. Neither is having the hearing as you did as part of an administrator's report. It's not part of your complaint procedure. You're not documenting crucial decisions and actions that are happening out of your sight. I can certainly tell you that when I first filed some of those complaints that apparently confused Mr. Highland, and which ultimately I withdrew, Mr. Young wanted to combine them. He said he was combining them. I wrote back saying, what's going on? They're not, he said, oh, sorry, and he uncombined them, giving them numbers that were 10 numbers apart. When I asked for a change in the agenda wording, he resisted, leaving out Section 67.22 from one of the agendas, which was crucial to the issue. It was completely off the draft agenda. I'm sorry Mr. Romold finds this boring, but what it goes for is justice for the complainant and obstacles to that. When I asked to have wording that was clear as to what was really behind the complaint, what was the purpose of the complaint, not that it was some detailed thing, that was also resisted. Finally, there came a point when I said something had to change, at least I believe it was the number of the ordinance that had to be changed. He said no. I asked to speak with Ms. The head of the Board of Supervisor Clerk's office. She said, okay, we'll get in touch with the chair. And the chair said I was right. She's going to change the agenda in part the way we requested. You need to pay attention to the public and what they need. How about hearings for how it's working for the public? What are you doing about repeat violations? Stronger and clearer orders of determination.
Thank you.
Always having a vote. These are things that I think are important for you to consider.
Madam Chair?
Member Pilpel.
Sorry, one other thing. The annual report was not on this month. Is that back in January?
Yes, it's back in January.
Yay. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.